Chapter 23:13. And Lin didn't feel like he was being humiliated. The life goddess had attacked him several thousand times with a jade hairpin in a short period of time. However, he had only been stabbed several hundred times by the jade hairpin, and he had managed to evade all of the lethal attacks. Wasn't that something to be proud of? As for retaliating, that would be a little too much. And Lin had focused all of his attention on evading the jade hairpin, but he was already struggling to defend himself. So how was he supposed to retaliate? The life goddess attacks were no joke. If he didn't pay attention, the jade hairpin would puncture not just his arm or waist, but his head and heart instead. And Lin had no choice but to focus all of his attention on evading the attacks. Die, die, die. The life goddess quickly swung her arms through the air, and the jade hairpin became faster and faster as its killing intent became more and more pronounced. Just a little bit more, and she would have been able to kill Lin. The life goddess focused all of her energy on her blade, and the jade hairpin's offensive prowess was unprecedented. It was able to tear through a divine body and pierce through the power of the 5 elements. The heavenly sea god's eyes widened with excitement, and he wanted to see Lin fall. However, the fairy in the distance had already charged over again. The life goddess harumphed coldly before extending her left hand and pushing it toward the direction that Tina was flying toward. Layers of indestructible sky barriers began to appear. Of course, she was aware that Tina was coming to harass them. She was already prepared for this. This sky barrier union, which was constructed from 99 world barriers, had been prepared specifically for Tina. The world barrier was already the most powerful world barrier aside from the world barrier of the Tai Chu continent. A single world barrier was enough to stump some new gods of creation. So what did 99 world barriers entail? That meant that there were 99 worlds between Tina and the life goddess. It would be impossible to break through them in a short period of time. However, Tina really did charge forward just like that. Super-dimensional divine technique, billion mirror light. The world sword in Tina's hand suddenly began to refract the stars in the sky, which converged to form countless dazzling streaks of light that crashed down upon the world barrier. A peculiar ripple began to proliferate outward. Every slash and every ray of starlight produced a certain resonance with the world barrier. The starlight was also reflected on the world barrier and then seeped in, causing the world barrier to reflect billions of stars like a mirror. After billions of stars appeared in the first barrier, the second barrier also started to reflect the stars in the first barrier like a mirror. Then the third barrier also started to change. 99 layers of barriers were pushed forward and penetrated at high speed. The life goddess' heart trembled when she saw that. Tina wasn't using brute force to break open the barrier. Instead, she was using a special method to infect the barrier with her own power. Almost in the next moment, the last barrier began to turn into a clear and empty starry sky. Billions of stars twinkled, and infinite starlight fell on the life goddess. Boom, boom, boom. Every flicker of light was an attack. In that instant, the life goddess suffered billions of shocks. Go! The life goddess endured the pain of being incinerated by the stars and waved a hand toward the 99 barriers between worlds, upon which the barriers crashed down upon Tina. Since the shield could not block the enemy, it could be used as a hammer. Rumble. As expected, Tina was knocked flying by the barriers between worlds. The life goddess had successfully disrupted Tina's technique. However, just as the life goddess' attention was focused on Tina, and Lin had already pulled out his 9 life vital disc and activated it, purplish golden vital energy fused with the heaven-crushing true intent to form a sharp needle that tore through space before hurtling toward the life goddess. You dare to stab me again? The life goddess was enraged, and she hurriedly unleashed a movement technique to evade the purplish golden needle. The purplish golden needle brushed past the life goddess' shoulder and tore open her floral dress, but it did not harm her snowy white skin. However, Before she had a chance to retaliate, the purplish golden needle quickly turned around and stabbed toward her body again. After fusing with heaven-crushing true intent, the primordial purplish golden needles were peerlessly sharp and ethereal. They were able to transform the paramount powers of the heavenly gods into primordial energy and puncture the heavenly life god's life force energy. This time the purple gold needle suddenly stabbed back, and the woman didn't have time to dodge, and finally cut a wound on the arm of the life goddess. "You want to run? I'll stab you to death." And Lin's hands danced through the air as the 9 life vital disc was activated to its maximum extent. The purplish golden needle transformed into a series of lethal afterimages that stabbed toward the life goddess in a frenzy. This was an extremely familiar scene. It was extremely similar to when the life goddess stabbed Lin. "How dare you!" The life goddess was enraged, and rich life force energy erupted forth, causing the purplish golden needle to falter violently. At this moment, the life goddess' colorful jade hairpin was already flying toward Lin at a speed even faster than Lin could control. Purplish golden, heaven-crushing strike. And Lin focused all of his power on the purplish golden needle, causing it to fly fearlessly toward the life goddess hairpin in a lethal trajectory. Boom! The 2 needles clashed in midair, and energy exploded violently. The power of death radiated from the jade hairpin like a crimson death lily, turning the entire heaven and earth around the heavenly life goddess crimson. And Lin's primordial purplish golden needle was not to be outdone, and it erupted with the most ethereal power, turning the entire heaven and earth around him into a purplish golden color. Both of them had unleashed their most powerful attacks, and they were only continuing to increase their power. The shock waves spread further and further, far exceeding that of a normal clash between gods of creation. The dazzling light radiating from the shock waves even extended for millions of kilometers, slicing the entire central region of the Tai Chu continent in half. This was far more explosive than the West Sea Heavenly Arc explosion. All of the living beings fighting in the White Nectar Sea were completely stunned by this scene. Demon Emperor Siyu and the battling Buddhas had just completed their battle, and they were all looking on with nervous expressions on their faces. All of them knew that the battle taking place in the distance was the most critical battle on the entire battlefield, and it would drastically impact the outcome of the entire battle. The clash between the 2 most powerful beings did not last for very long, and Lin finally saw that a crack had appeared on his opponent's jade hairpin. He was ecstatic, and he unleashed all of his power as he roared with fury, "Break through!" Whoosh! The purplish golden needle erupted with energy. Boom! There was a loud explosion. The purplish golden needle exploded, and Lin, right before the man's incredulous eyes, the slightly cracked jade hairpin punctured the purplish golden needle, leaving a crimson trail in its wake before puncturing the man's heart. PFFF, blood blossomed like a flower, and Lin was struck by a heart-wrenching pain. Immediately afterward, death descended like a tidal wave. Chapter 23:14. The heavenly life God's hairpin was imbued with the most terrifying power of death. After it pierced through Lin's heart, it had already left behind the power of death in Lin's body. The power of death instantly caused Lin's heart to decay, and decay before it was reduced to the most unremarkable speck of dust. Giant Lin. Tina flew toward Lin with all her might as she yelled at the top of her lungs, and Lin felt like he was extremely close to death. His heart had already been punctured, but the power of death was still relentless. It wanted to destroy his body as well. The power of death that was even darker than blood began to flow through his entire body. If things continued like this, Lin's entire existence was going to perish. Success! The heavenly life God smiled. This is an attack unleashed by the true manifestation of the Tao of life within the 3-phase, true, heavenly reincarnation formation. Even if you had 10 lives, you wouldn't be able to stop death. And Lin knew that the heavenly life God was telling the truth. This power of death possessed the special characteristics of Emperor Wu, which was that it was immune to the power of darkness. Furthermore, his new 5 elemental powers were unable to repress the power of death, and Lin's body was quickly becoming feeble, and he immediately pulled out 2 divine pills from his storage ring before swallowing them. Boom! Enormous amounts of life force energy exploded within his body, frantically healing his body as it clashed with the power of death within his body. If he was going to die, then he had to take 2 divine pills. The heavenly life god's brows furrowed slightly before relaxing again. Have you forgotten what I'm in charge of? The life force energy within your body is going to become nutrients for my power of death. Sure enough, the life force energy within Lin's body, which had only just recovered some of his organs, was quickly corroded and assimilated by the power of death. In the end, all of the life force energy within Lin's body rebelled and was assimilated into an even more aggressive power of death. The power of death had become even more powerful due to the divine pills that Lin had ingested. It was over, and Lin was shocked. He frantically tried to find a way to break out of this situation. He threw almost all the energy he could into his body, turning it into a collision field of energy. However, there was nothing he could do. Tina was already charging toward him. However, there was no way the life goddess would allow Tina to approach her prey. She immediately engaged Tina in battle atop her colorful jade hairpin in an attempt to delay her. Judging from the current situation, Lin was already a dead man. However, the life goddess was very cautious and still didn't want Tina to get close to Lin. This little elf's power was too strange and unpredictable. The best way was to separate the 2 of them. That way it would be foolproof. Boom, boom, boom. Tina slashed her world sword through the air, clashing relentlessly with the colorful jade hairpin. She was just barely able to keep up with the speed of the heavenly life goddess jade hairpin, but she was still forced back by the immense power imbued within the jade hairpin. And Lin was also engaged in battle, and his body was rumbling incessantly. Waves of energy clashed with the death energy, sending his body into the training field. It tore at him, and his internal organs were soon blasted beyond recognition by the energy. If things continued like this, even if the power of death didn't engulf him, he would still be blasted to death by the shock waves from the clash of the 2 powers. This was a terrible feeling. He felt as if he had self-detonated countless times. Soon, Lin unleashed all of the powers he could think of, but none of them were able to repress the power of death. This was very depressing. Wasn't Lin just waiting for his death? Tina had created an opportunity for him, but he could only wait for his death? Wait. A thought suddenly occurred to Lin. He pulled out his evil-slaying sword, which was none other than his evil-slaying sword. Most of the evil-slaying sword's techniques could only be unleashed in conjunction with the heavenly god of darkness, so Lin had never used it in battle. However, things were different now. Little Xie, can I trust you? Lin looked at the inky black blade of his sword with a passionate expression. If you want to stab it, then stab it. Don't waste your breath. A tender and childish voice sounded, and Lin's lips twitched. This little Xie was still so simple and violent. He didn't think any further before stabbing the evil-slaying sword into his stomach. Vanquish the heavens and slay all evil. Purify. The inky black, evil-slaying sword stabbed into Lin's body, and blood began to flow from his wound as his body shuddered from the pain. Right at this moment, the inky black sword began to transform into an extremely pure white color. It was glittering and translucent, as if it were a flawless piece of white jade that was filled with holiness and salvation. The flawlessly beautiful sword was enough to mesmerize all living beings. That's right, this was one of the 4 most powerful techniques of the evil-slaying sword, Purify. It could cleanse all negative effects from the target's body. And Lin's cultivation base was now at the Tao integration intermediate stage, and the evil-slaying sword had also been fully awakened. So this technique was extremely powerful. An unimaginable power of purification began to spread through his entire body, as if it were a spring that was slowly flowing through his entire body, as if it were a clear river that could cleanse all impurities. In the blink of an eye, it clashed with the power of death. The explosive clash that Lin had anticipated did not occur. The only thing he could feel was that the residual power of death within his body was diminishing at a rate discernible to the naked eye before being slowly purified by the power of purification. How could the power of purification be so gentle and miraculous? And Lin carefully sensed his own body, and only then did he discover that the power of purification had purposely split itself into another type of power to protect his organs and meridians, thereby protecting his internal organs and meridians from the shock waves from the clash of the two powers. So it wasn't that little Xie's power of purification itself had this effect. Instead, she was trying to protect him with all her might soon. The power of death that had plunged Lin into dire straits was purified by the evil-slaying sword, and the evil-slaying sword returned to its original black color. And Lin was a little dazed as he sensed the power of death within his body completely vanish. The evil-slaying sword was truly extraordinary. After the power of death was cleansed, and Lin immediately activated his new 5 elemental powers to quickly repair his body. The pure 5 elemental powers were able to heal even his heart, which had been punctured, at a rate discernible to the naked eye. Little Xie really never disappoints me. And Lin pulled out the evil-slaying sword from his body and looked at it with a loving expression. Little Xie, you're so gentle. The evil-slaying sword shuddered. If you keep being so disgusting, I'll stab you. And Lin nodded with an understanding expression. I understand. You're tough on the outside, but your heart is soft on the inside. F***ck off. Little Xie replied in a concise manner. And Lin had initially planned to have a heart-to-heart talk with little Xie, but the battle in the distance didn't allow him to waste any time. Tina was about to be overwhelmed by the life goddess attacks. He immediately charged toward the life goddess with his sword in hand, and Lin, Sword Immortal, was about to reappear. Chapter 23:15. Divine Technique, Flowing Wind Cloud Shadow. A dazzling light burst forth from Tina's body, and she dashed through the air like a flowing cloud. Her movements were graceful and unhurried, but she was actually evading the life goddess attacks by a hair's breadth. Compared to Lin's several thousand attacks, she had only been struck a few hundred times. Tina had already been struck over 10,000 times, but she had only been struck a dozen or so times, and all of them were minor scratches. Humph, what an annoying bug. The life goddess' intricate features darkened even further, and the jade hairpin's attacks became more and more powerful. You're only going to die a few minutes later than Lin. What's the point? The life goddess mocked as she attacked. She still held the absolute upper hand, and Tina didn't even have a chance to retaliate. This was the exact same battle as when she had battled Lin. At the very most, this little fairy was more agile, and she was able to evade the jade hairpin with greater accuracy. Aside from that, there was nothing special about her. Giant and Lin won't die. Tina was the one who had been told that it didn't matter, but she immediately retorted at the mention of Lin. The life goddess laughed heartily. He won't die? Looking at the time, his vitality should have been completely sapped by the power of death already. How about I give you some time to collect his body? What she said was completely different from what she was doing. She manipulated the multicolored jade hairpin even more fiercely, as if she wanted to beat Tina to death. Right at this moment, an enraged roar suddenly erupted from the distance. Eat this, you sly wretch! And Lin's voice was like a thunderous bell as his sword fell mercilessly toward the life goddess. The life goddess had been focusing all of her attention on Tina, and she didn't think that a terrifying sword intent would suddenly approach her. She turned around in a panic, only to discover that Lin had snuck up to her, and her face turned pale with fright. It's you! How could this be? Her voice didn't even get a chance to finish her sentence before her sword fell. Sword of the heavenly Tao. It was as if heaven and earth had been created. Golden light pierced through the heavens. The paramount sword Tao soared into the heavens, destroying all things. Boundless sword intent began to tear into the heavenly life, God's body. The paramount heaven-crushing techniques were unleashed to the fullest by Enlin, and both the heavens and the earth were punctured into a boundless hole by the golden sword projection. The heavenly life God's three paramount powers of life, sky, and sea all activated to form layers of barriers as the power of the heavens surged forth like a tsunami. However, all the hasty defenses were torn apart by the extremely powerful and shocking sword light that could slash through everything, successfully tearing open a gap. The sword Qi pierced through her body and tore apart her clothes, leaving behind an extremely horrifying bloody wound on her pure white and tender skin, and it even crushed her internal organs. The heavenly life goddess threw up a mouthful of blood and flew through the air. "Tina!" And Lin yelled after exhausting all his energy. Tina had already made her move. An astonishing power erupted from her petite body, and she appeared before the heavenly life god in the blink of an eye before unleashing over 100 sword strikes with her divine mirror world sword, riddling over 100 holes into the heavenly life god's body. Ah! The heavenly life god howled with agony as divine mirror particles began to appear within all of the wounds on her body. An extremely pure and terrifying crimson power of death suddenly erupted from her body, and only then was she able to force back Tina and Enlin, who were still trying to land the killing blow. Enlin panted heavily as he looked at the severely wounded heavenly life god, and a sense of elation welled up in his heart. Tina's attacks had already inflicted lethal wounds on the heavenly life god. After over 100 accurate sword strikes, the divine mirror particles had already infiltrated every single part of her body, and cutting her would not be able to solve the problem. The heavenly life god was finally going to experience what it was like to be constantly corroded by death, and Lin could see the crimson power of death enshrouding the heavenly life god's body, and she was struggling and wailing with anguish, as if she were in a lot of pain. Tina turned to Enlin with an elated smile. "Giant Enlin, I knew you'd be fine." "It's all thanks to little Xia." Enlin nodded with a smile. "Humph. How dare this woman hurt you so badly? I'm going to teach her a lesson now." Tina was still glaring at the heavenly life god with an enraged expression as the divine mirror world sword in her hand continued to radiate a translucent light. "This heavenly life god is dead for sure. My divine mirror particles are constantly corroding her body, so there's no cure for her unless she dies." Tina was not nervous in the slightest upon seeing the heavenly life god trying to use her paramount power to eradicate the divine mirror particles. And Lin sighed with emotion. The heavenly life god's relentless attempts to eradicate the divine mirror particles within her body were very similar to his. All causes must have consequences. As long as there's me, there's you. Before everything was over, all sorts of karma could take place. With this in mind, Enlin was unable to repress his urge to land the killing blow. Right at this moment, the rich power of death began to corrode the heavenly life, God's body of its own accord. The heavenly life, God's flesh and bones were melted right before Enlin and Tina's astonished eyes. In the end, everything about her was melted away. Did she commit suicide because she couldn't stand the pain? This was Enlin's first reaction. After all, the heavenly life god had screamed in agony. However, in the next instant, he shook his head and denied this guess. Normal cultivators might be able to do this, but their enemy was the paramount heavenly life god. She's using the power of death to kill herself. Could it be rebirth from death? And Lin's eyes suddenly focused as he activated his divine simulation technique. He then charged toward a certain direction without any hesitation before stabbing his evil-slaying sword through the air. 6 strikes of the war god, Shadow Tiger. The evil-slaying sword pierced through the air at an extremely fast speed, leaving a series of afterimages in its wake. However, a dark red power of death suddenly exploded in the air, and Lin's sword was impeded by an extremely powerful force, and his body was blasted flying as if it had been struck by a massive hammer. At this moment, an exquisitely beautiful woman in a flowery dress strode out from within the power of death. She didn't look at Lin. Instead, she turned her cold gaze toward the little fairy. Seeing as I can't get out of this alive, why don't I just die once before coming back to life? She could come back to life at will and die at will. The paramount heavenly gods who controlled life and death were just that willful. And Lin's eyes narrowed slightly as he continued to maintain his divine simulation technique. He could sense that even though the heavenly life god had been resurrected, her essence had actually been damaged. Not only that, but the stability of the three-phase true heavenly reincarnation formation was also beginning to wane. It was clear that she had paid a heavy price. The heavenly life god then turned toward Lin. I'm very surprised that you were able to deal with my power of death. However, I won't let this happen again. I won't give you any more time or opportunity to deal with it. Chapter 23:16. The life force field around the heavenly life goddess became more and more abundant. The earth within a radius of over 5,000 kilometers had clearly been ravaged by the flames of battle, but now lush greenery and even adorable little beasts had appeared. This was only the transformation that the heavenly life goddess's aura had created in just a few seconds. It was easy to imagine just how rich her life force was. A colorful jade hairpin returned to the life goddess again. The 9-colored divine light flowed slowly like colorful silk, lingering around the life goddess's body, reflecting her unparalleled beauty. The jade hairpin was no longer as murderous as before. Instead, it had become more and more natural, and it looked very comfortable and harmless. And Lin's expression became even more grave upon seeing this. He naturally didn't believe that this was a sign that the heavenly life goddess had given up on killing him. The lethal power of death was definitely still contained within the jade hairpin. The life goddess turned from a sharp-edged swordsman into a seemingly harmless assassin in beautiful clothes, but she was in fact a cunning assassin. That was all. The heavenly life goddess power of death was indeed terrifying, but it had its limits. At the very least, and Lin discovered from his previous battles that the lethal power of death could only be triggered by inflicting lethal wounds on oneself. Normal, superficial wounds or normal injuries would not be able to be triggered. This was further evidenced by the fact that Tina had sustained so many injuries, but had not been tainted by the power of death. The heavenly life goddess's colorful jade hairpin slowly flew into the sky. She suddenly spread open her arms, and green divine light surged through heaven and earth again. The area encompassed by her peerlessly powerful life force field expanded by over 100 times. The entire area within a radius of over 1,000,000 kilometers was enshrouded within the heavenly life goddess's life force field. Countless phenomena suddenly appeared behind the heavenly life goddess. Even Lin, who had already reached the pinnacle of his cultivation base, was struck by a sense of dizziness and disorientation upon seeing this. At this moment, a clear and divine voice erupted throughout the entire world, as if it were a decree from the heavens. Sun, moon, and stars, time and space. Life creation. Transform heaven and earth. The heavenly life goddess voice trailed off. Boom! An earth-shattering boom erupted. The world before Lin's eyes changed. One divine tree after another over 100,000 feet tall rose from the ground. The phoenix soars in the sky. The flood dragon crouches in the pond. Unimaginable celestial and divine mountains that were tens of thousands of feet tall, even hundreds of thousands of feet tall, appeared in their vision, as if they were primordial realms that were hard to reach. A towering mountain giant with a mace on its back roamed the mountains. Numerous rocks that were tens of thousands of meters in length flashed through the sky. Everywhere they passed, gales surged into the sky, while green waves rippled through the forest, and their impetus was extremely vast. The great, desolate age beasts with powerful auras in the forest raised their heads, looking around with cold and dangerous eyes. Sometimes flames would come out of their mouths, or their heads would shine with divine light, indicating that this was their territory. In the clouds, Kuin-Su transformed into a deep and ethereal shadow. Occasionally, he would reveal half of his continent-sized body and look down at the world with his moon-like eyes. And Lin looked at the spectacular scene in front of him and sensed the real-life aura. The shock in his heart could not be any greater. In particular, when all of the terrifying monsters turned their gazes toward Lin and Tina at the same time, a sense of oppression and suffocation washed over them like a tidal wave. What kind of world was this? Most importantly, this world did not exist on its own. Instead, the life goddess had perfectly integrated everything that she had created into this Tai Chu continent. This meant that Lin was still on the Tai Chu continent, but a bunch of these things had suddenly appeared on the Tai Chu continent, and Lin was astonished by the power of creation that he had just unleashed. The entire world within a radius of several million kilometers had been transformed. All of a sudden, a monster with a lion's body and a dragon's head glowing with divine light opened its cavernous mouth within the divine tree forest. Roar! A scorching pillar of Tao flames pierced through the heavens, and Lin slashed his sword through the air, slicing the pillar of energy in half. A gust of wind suddenly swept past, and Lin raised his head to discover that a gargantuan bird had already appeared before him, and its golden claws were like sharp blades slicing through the air toward him. Bam! And Lin drew back his sword to defend himself, and a boundless force forced him toward the ground. Break through! And Lin focused his gaze, and an extremely sharp light erupted from his sword blade, slicing through the massive bird's golden claws before slicing the massive bird in half. A shrill cry erupted as the bird plummeted from the sky, and Lin had thought that he had taken care of one of them. But to his surprise, the two halves of the bird's body fused back together under the effect of the peculiar life force field. Howl! And Lin let loose an anguished cry. The bird spread its wings and circled in the air before flying toward Lin again. It was alive and kicking again. What a troublesome power! And Lin grimaced. At this moment, two WIRMS over 100,000 feet in length circled around in the air before also diving down toward Lin. One of the WIRMS stomped on massive waves, while the other WIRMS unleashed lightning from its mouth, and its claws were capable of controlling violent winds. At the same time, Tina was also engaged by a few mountain giants and forest beasts. It's this group of beasts again. Does the heavenly life god really like to summon underlings to attack me? And Lin shook his head. The two WIRMS converged on him from both sides, but in Lin's evil sword technique, Black Moon Slash, sliced them into several segments. After being able to unleash the final technique of the 6 strikes of the war god, his sword techniques had reached the essential great Tao, and he could be considered as the #1 sword technique in the kingdom of the 9 states. These WIRMS were only able to intimidate normal gods of creation, so there was really nothing for him to be afraid of. However, this resurrection ability is a little troublesome to deal with. And Lin slashed his sword toward the Dapong bird, who was flying toward him again after being resurrected. All of a sudden, a chill ran down his spine. A streak of colorful light pierced through space. In the blink of an eye, it traversed countless spaces soundlessly, as if it was an attack from another dimension. There was no way to defend against it, and there was no way to dodge it. In that instant, Lin realized that the powerful mythological beast attack was all fake. It was merely a tool to distract him and distract him. This was a true killing technique. It was still the heavenly life god herself. He was unable to evade the attack of the colorful jade hairpin, and Lin's 5 elemental ring revolved frantically, and he shifted his position in the nick of time. The jade hairpin pierced through the flesh outside of his heart, upon which blood splattered through the air. As long as the jade hairpin wasn't fatally wounded, he could still fight. In the distance, the heavenly life goddess expression darkened slightly. I can still evade it? A determined expression appeared on her face as she made a divine seal, which surged through the entire world. Several dozen primordial beasts instantly locked their eyes onto Enlin as cruel smiles appeared on their faces. A few massive beasts won't be enough to deal with you. Then how about a few dozen? Chapter 23:17. Deafening roars reverberated throughout this peculiar world. Over 60 primordial beasts had their auras locked onto Enlin's body. Even in this terrifying world created by the heavenly life goddess, this was more than half of them, and Lin's flesh instantly crawled. Any one of these primordial beasts was powerful enough to dominate an entire realm. Even so, Enlin wasn't afraid of them. He could just kill them one by one. However, in this realm created by the goddess of life, all of them had the ability to revive infinitely. If things continued like this, even if he didn't get stabbed to death by the jade hairpin, he would at least die of exhaustion. And Lin and Tina exchanged a glance at this moment. They charged toward the goddess of life at the same time. Slaying the goddess of life was the key to this battle, a battle that shook the entire Tai Chu continent erupted. On the white nectar sea, Flowing Gold looked at the forest that extended all the way to the white nectar sea, and he clicked his tongue in astonishment. Oi, oi, this is way too much. Does the heavenly life god only have that many underlings? Not long ago, there were only 10 primordial beasts that were comparable to gods of creation. Now, there are close to 100 primordial beasts that are comparable to gods of creation. Even if these primordial beasts aren't as powerful as the 10 primordial beasts, they have an unlimited lifespan and can revive infinitely. Just thinking about it makes my flesh crawl. Flowing Gold wasn't the only one who was astonished. Even gods of creation like Nuwa and Patriarch Zhu Yin were extremely astonished. They had clearly underestimated the power of the goddess of life. Meanwhile, in the northern region of the White Nectar Sea, the heavenly immortal being seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope at the sight of the heavenly life goddess power of creation, and he yelled, "Long live the goddess of life," as he swung his heavenly sword relentlessly toward the heavenly light executioner sword. Even though the heavenly light executioner sword was extremely powerful, it was still being forced back by the heavenly light executioner sword. Gabriel, do we have to use the final song of the destroyer of heaven and earth? Zhan Xiongwu Zun couldn't help but ask with difficulty after being suppressed by the immortal celestial being's attacks again and again. Gabriel continued to pour his life energy into the formation. As he watched the enemy's attacks become more and more powerful, and as he watched more and more heaven-crushing army soldiers being killed by the power of the heavens, he knew that they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. The radiant, punishing heaven sword was already on its 8th song, but it still couldn't defeat the immortal celestial being. If they used the final song, they would indeed be able to increase their chances of victory. However, that would require a large amount of blood essence and lives from the heaven-crushing army. Even though the heaven-crushing United Army had already signed a life and death contract, they were willing to sacrifice themselves for the Tai Chu continent. But was he really going to use it here? Gabriel felt very indignant. The 9th song was the formation's limit. It required all of the heaven-crushing army's blood essence to be burned, and over 20 million beings would die from being unable to withstand the immense burden. She did not want these comrades to make such a huge sacrifice. Be careful! Dipankara Buddha suddenly pushed with one hand. A golden Buddhist seal appeared on the side of the Radiant's exterminating sword, blocking Immortal Celestial's violent attack. However, the sword was already shaking violently. At this time, Celestial Immortal had already arrived on the White Nectar Sea. He waved his arms, and the power of the heavens erupted, wrapping around the Radiant's executioner sword. Today, I will tear this sword apart. Heavenly Goddess Wu Yin's 9 divine halos had already appeared on her harp, upon which an unprecedented light erupted forth. Celestial Immortal's power reached its pinnacle at this moment, and his god of creation stage aura swept toward the massive sword. She had nothing left to lose. Her only goal was to sacrifice all of these enemies to the heavenly Tao. Celestial Immortal's hand reached toward the Radiant's executioner sword. At this moment, a line of blood had already appeared on Gabriel's forehead, and a determined expression appeared on her face. Right at this moment, a golden-banded staff descended from the sky before crashing viciously into Celestial Immortal's arm. Boom! Celestial Immortal's arm was bent. When the other hand moved forward, demonic flames suddenly rose up in front of it. Demon Emperor Yu's fist had already landed on Celestial Immortal's arm, upon which it exploded violently. Even Celestial Immortal was forced to take a step back. At this moment, Demon Lord Ling Gu transformed into a demonic god over 100,000 feet tall, and he unleashed a series of demonic fists toward Celestial Immortal's back. Mi Jia Lai's holy light and Yun Menjing's assassination also arrived at this moment. The sudden bombardment of magical techniques caused the immortal celestial being to stop in his tracks. Great, the heroes who destroyed the West Sea Skyship are back. Long live the heaven-crushing sect. Victory to the gods of destruction. The heaven-crushing army was extremely excited to see Demon Emperor Yu and the others appear. They didn't expect that the big shots who had destroyed the West Sea Skyship still had the strength to fight. The heaven-crushing army was indeed prepared to sacrifice themselves, but that didn't mean they didn't want to live. The arrival of Demon Lord Ling Gu had ignited their hopes of victory, as well as their hopes of survival. This was the dawn of hope. The radiant heaven exterminating sword stabilized its sword form and erupted with a myriad of sword chi. It followed closely behind the sword master and furiously slashed toward the celestial before it. For a moment, the sword light was like the sea, and the sword chi filled the sky. Celestial Immortality's defenses were torn apart by the Radiant's punishing heaven swords, leaving behind sword wounds that were hundreds of meters long. One celestial after another fell. How is this possible? How do they still have so much power? Heavenly Goddess Wu Yin's expression shifted drastically. With the addition of Demon Emperor Yu, Yun Menjing and the Battling Buddha, the advantage that Celestial Immortality had built up was instantly shattered. Celestial Immortality was once again the one on the receiving end. Could it be that I've sacrificed my life only to be beaten up? Heavenly Goddess Wu Yin suddenly felt a little sad. Heavenly Goddess Lanya was just as sad as she was. She had unleashed her 9th divine halo with the intention of targeting Shangguan Yi, but she was now being bashed to the ground by Lan Xiaoni and the Darkwing Emperor. Heavenly Goddess Lanya was forced into retreat by the Darkwing Emperor's darkness once again. Divine Water Feather Spear. Lan Xiaoni descended from the sky, and boundless golden divine water took advantage of this opportunity to envelop Lanya's body. Heavenly Goddess Lanya couldn't accept this kind of humiliation, and she immediately unleashed her divine halo to tear apart the golden water around her body. However, at this moment, a dark blue spear had already fallen from the sky. Heavenly Goddess Lan, you didn't even think before slashing a sword projection toward the sky. She wasn't trying to destroy the spear, but rather, she was trying to change the trajectory of the spear. However, to her surprise, a pair of water wings suddenly sprouted from the dark blue spear, allowing it to evade Heavenly Goddess Lan Ya's sword strike. What? This spear can move on its own. It can evade my attack. Heavenly Goddess Lan Ya's expression faltered. At this moment, the dark blue spear had already made a large turn, and it pierced into Heavenly Goddess Lanya's body right before her astonished eyes. Chapter 23:18. At this moment, Heavenly Goddess Lanya finally understood what the Heavenly Water Feather Spear meant. The heavenly water condensed and descended like a feather, making it difficult to trace. This was the true Tao realm of the heavenly water feather spear. Heavenly goddess Lan Ya's sword technique was extremely fast, but it was unable to strike the heavenly water feather spear. Instead, the heavenly water feather spear pierced through her body. This technique that Lan Xiaoni had unleashed had reached an extremely terrifying level of mastery over water. The heavenly water feather spear tore a huge hole into heavenly goddess Lan Ya's body. Not only that, but the power of water imbued within the spear was also fusing with her blood in an attempt to completely destroy her life force. You want to kill me? Dream on. The power of light suddenly erupted from heavenly goddess Lan Ya's body, dispelling Lan Xiaoni's power of water. A long sword filled with boundless light and hope was pulled out from the void. Lan Xiaoni's expression shifted slightly, and she tried to evade with her fishtail. However, heavenly goddess Lanya was not going to give her an opportunity to evade, and she immediately slashed her sword toward the mermaid. Heavenly god technique, heaven and earth sword of creation, origin. An earth-shattering sword intent soared into the sky. The powerful power of light illuminated the white nectar sea as if it were daytime. Right at this moment, a pair of black wings appeared in their field of vision. Ha ha ha! I've always wanted to see whether the darkness bestowed upon me by the heavenly leader is stronger than your light. Pure darkness erupted from the Dark-Wing Emperor's hand. Dark-Wing Tribe, ordinary slash of darkness. The Dark-Wing Emperor purposely named this technique in a very ordinary manner. That way, if he defeated Heavenly Goddess Lanya, he would be able to show how bad *SS his tribe was. A sword arc of pure darkness that seemed to be able to engulf everything in this world was pulled out from the void by the Darkwing Emperor, and it crashed down toward the earth-shattering sword strike. In that instant, darkness and light collided, and they began to fuse and devour each other. The Darkwing Emperor stood proudly in the sky with a calm expression. The power of darkness was bestowed upon him by Enlin, and it was a consumable. The Darkwing Emperor had already unleashed all of the power of darkness that Enlin had bestowed upon him, so this was his final technique. Success or failure depended on this move. Don't be fooled by how calm he looked right now. In fact, he was still panicking deep down. However, he couldn't show it. It was a moment of heroism. Even if he died, he had to die with vigor. What the Darkwing Emperor hadn't expected was that Enlin's power of darkness was so powerful that after clashing with the light for a period of time, it began to devour the light like a bottomless pit. The energy that had clearly been evenly matched began to pour into the darkness. Even though Heavenly Goddess Lanya gave it her all and unleashed her most powerful light sword technique with all her might, the light sword technique, which was imbued with boundless hope, was quickly engulfed before her eyes. In the end, it was replaced by despair. Is the darkness really that powerful? I can't accept this. I really can't accept this. Heavenly Goddess Lanya had an expression of unwillingness on her face. She looked at the power that she detested, which was getting closer and closer, but there was nothing she could do. In the end, her body was swallowed by the darkness and completely disappeared from the world. The darkness quickly dispersed. The Darkwing Emperor looked at the empty space before him. Even the ocean had been emptied out to form a gargantuan crater. Boundless seawater flowed into the crater to form a waterfall, but the crater did not disappear. The Darkwing Emperor's eyes lit up. What a wonderful power! I've successfully slain a heavenly god! Ha ha ha! He turned to look at the battlefield in the distance and spread open his arms with a fervent and devout expression on his face. Esteemed Heavenly Lord, I have not let you down. I've succeeded. I've slain another heavenly god for the heaven-crushing united army. At this moment, Enlin, who was millions of kilometers away, suddenly sensed something. This feeling. He suddenly turned toward the northern part of the White Nectar Sea. At this moment, the evil-slaying sword in his hand was already trembling violently. And Lin finally understood what the evil slaying sword was trying to do. And Lin, power! I need power! I've found a way! Little Xie's excited voice sounded. Looks like great minds think alike. And Lin was also getting excited at the same time. The power in his heart that had been dormant for a long time began to awaken. The darkness, the deepest and the most powerful energy, was injected into the evil-slaying sword in a frenzy, and it was injected with all its might. He wanted nothing more than to transfer all of his power to little Xie. That's enough. I'm too full. I can't eat any more. Little Xie's sword trembled slightly as she spoke with a mixture of discomfort, and Lin faltered slightly before continuing to release darkness. I really can't absorb any more, little Xie grumbled, and Lin released his sword upon hearing this. There was still half of his darkness that he hadn't given to little Xie. It looked like even though little Xie could absorb darkness more easily than even gods of creation, there was still a limit to how much she could absorb. Can you really? And Lin asked. Leave it to me. Little Xie released in Lin's hand. At this moment, close to 60 primordial beasts had already pounced toward Lin. Idiot, and take care. Don't die. Haha, don't worry, you have to work hard too. Whoosh! The evil-slaying sword suddenly transformed into a streak of black light before performing spatial skipping at an extremely terrifying speed toward the white nectar sea. The heavenly life goddess could sense what was happening. Even though she didn't know what the evil-slaying sword was trying to do, she just had to stop it. Hee, are you trying to abandon your master when he's in danger? To think that you would dare to commit such an ungrateful and treacherous act. Stop right there. The heavenly life goddess unleashed an enraged roar toward the fleeing, evil-slaying sword. Multiple spatial barriers instantly appeared in front of the evil-slaying sword. Divine technique, boundless mirror. Tina stood atop her primordial golden crow before slashing her sword toward the evil-slaying sword. The sword instantly pierced through space, and a circular mirror appeared in front of the spatial barriers. The evil-slaying sword immediately pierced into the mirror. The evil-slaying sword then appeared in the sky over 50,000 kilometers away before continuing to fly into the distance. Damn it! The heavenly life goddess expression darkened upon seeing that she had failed to stop it. So what if a sword spirit got away? All of you will die. The heavenly life goddess issued a command, and all of the primordial beasts within the creation realm sprang into action to attack Enlin and Tina. Meanwhile, in the northern region of the White Nectar Sea, the Dark Wing Emperor was expressing his emotions to Enlin with excitement. All of a sudden, a sword appeared in the air, exuding an extremely familiar energy aura. Right at this moment, countless black lines spread through the sky like a gargantuan net, as if they were trying to capture something. Vanquish the heavens and slay all evil. Final Tao. A burst of invisible power flowed along the black line and into the blade of the sword. Then, through the connection between the pinnacle divine weapon and its master, the power of Tao quickly converged toward Lin before fusing together, over 1,000,000 kilometers away, and Lin took a deep breath, and a blush appeared on his face as he sensed the increasingly powerful Tao power. Awesome. Chapter 2319. What's going on with Enlin? The heavenly life goddess pupils contracted slightly. She discovered that Enlin was quickly recovering, and he was becoming more powerful. Without the evil-slaying sword, Enlin was currently battling the primordial beasts with his bare hands, but his aura was becoming more and more powerful, and there was an expression of contentment on his face. The heavenly life god was a top-rate being who had activated her true form of Tao, so she was able to quickly detect that something was different. There was an ethereal and paramount power of Tao between heaven and earth that was surging relentlessly into Enlin's body and fusing as one with his Tao. How could this be? Could it be that the heavenly Tao is helping him? The heavenly life goddess was astonished. No, this is forcefully fusing with him. Could it be that sword? The heavenly life goddess turned toward the northern region of the white nectar sea, and her eyes became as clear as the sky as she activated her heavenly eye. Then she saw the black sword run over to the immortal celestial being's battlefield. It was releasing strange black Tao incarnations that were madly absorbing the Tao energy that was spilling out of the world. This sword is a demon. To think that it can do something like this, the heavenly life goddess was a little astonished upon seeing this. That's right, the evil-slaying sword was absorbing the Tao energy of heavenly goddess Lanya after her death. And Lin coincidentally discovered that when he bestowed the power of darkness upon others, they would use his power to kill heavenly gods, thereby allowing him to absorb the Tao energy of the heavenly gods. The Darkwing Emperor had opened the door to a new world for him. Thus, a bold idea began to form in Lin's mind. The evil-slaying sword was the one who had carried out this bold idea. Little Xie immediately rushed to the scene to collect the corpse, and Lin successfully obtained heavenly goddess Lanya's Tao energy through Lanya, thereby further enhancing his own power. This wasn't just an enhancement in his divine Tao of darkness, it was also an enhancement in all aspects of his body. It was exactly because of this that he became more and more powerful as he battled against over 60 primordial beasts. He can absorb Tao energy to become infinitely more powerful. The heavenly life goddess withdrew her heavenly eye, and a fierce expression appeared on her face. With such potential, and Lin cannot be allowed to live, just as the heavenly life goddess was determined to kill Lin first. In the White Jade Sea, the uninvited black sword attracted the attention of almost all living beings. It couldn't be helped. The moment he came up, he released a bunch of mysterious black lines that were surging with extremely profound and powerful sword intent. It was hard not to be noticed. Very quickly, a powerful being from the heaven-crushing sect recognized this sword. This sword, isn't it a Lin God sword? Hiss. It's true. What was it doing here instead of fighting alongside Lin? Could it be that he's here to help us? But we're doing well now and we don't need help. Isn't the battle over there the most important thing? Some of the powerful beings of the heaven-crushing United Army were already engaged in a heated discussion. They were extremely excited, but they were also quite perplexed by the appearance of the evil-slaying sword. The heavenly human tribe United Army was on their guard. Not only was Lin a well-known figure in the heavenly human tribe, but even Lin's sword was like a devil incarnate to the heavenly humans. Right at this moment, a black light flashed from the evil-slaying sword. A petite little girl with a round, chubby face, wearing a small black dress, with her fair and tender calves glowing with a white luster outside the dress, materialized in front of everyone's eyes. She held the evil-slaying sword in her hand as she stared at the celestial immortal being with her dead fish eyes. All of the living beings present, regardless of whether they were normal cultivators or powerful beings, the same thought appeared in their minds at the sight of the little girl. So adorable. A second thought then appeared in their minds. They really wanted to touch and rub her. In the next instant, an extremely terrifying sword intent swept through heaven and earth, striking all living beings with a sense of asphyxiation. Darkness spread from beneath the little girl's feet, and a pair of wings constructed from darkness spread open, sucking in all the energy between heaven and earth as if they could engulf everything. The adorable little girl had instantly transformed into the Queen of Darkness. All of the living beings present fell silent. Darkness. This is the purest form of darkness. This is darkness that is many times more powerful than the darkness bestowed upon me by the heavenly Lord. The Darkwing Emperor was beside himself with excitement at the sight of the darkness spreading from beneath little Xie's feet. Little Xie stood proudly in the heavens with evil-slaying sword in her hand. Darkness accompanied her, and her unyielding and domineering aura struck all of the living beings present with immense pressure. She's the evil-slaying sword's sword spirit. How is she able to use this power of darkness? Can a sword spirit do this? This is the power of the paramount heavenly god of darkness, why did Brother and Lynn send her here? Does that even need to be said? It looks like she's here to fight, using the sword to receive its master's power, making the sword fight on its own. Why doesn't my sword spirit have this ability? She's probably a fake sword spirit. Just as the heaven-crushing sect United Army was discussing spiritedly again, little Xia also spoke. She pointed her sword at the immortal celestial being, and her childish voice was filled with indifference and arrogance. All of you heavenly gods here are my prey. I'm going to start harvesting now. Everyone erupted into an uproar upon hearing this. The Devis, in particular, were already enraged. How dare you? You actually dare to set your sights on our God of Heaven. You're just a sword spirit. Do you really think we're afraid of you? Kill, kill, kill. Kill that overconfident sword spirit. Pure, white heaven energy burst out from the immortal god's body. He wielded 2 heaven swords that were tens of thousands of feet long. With a light wave, he could split the sky and the sea. A god of creation stage aura locked firmly onto little Xia's body. If it was any other expert, they might be intimidated by this aura. However, little Xia's chubby face remained expressionless, but the darkness emanating from her evil-slaying sword had become even denser. All of the heaven-crushing United Army soldiers faltered slightly upon hearing little Xia's words. Then, all of them began to yell with excitement. As expected of the #1 war god of the Tai Chu continent, and Lin is so domineering even as a sword spirit. Let's slay the heavenly gods with the evil-slaying sword spirit. Just as the heaven-crushing army was getting excited, little Xia had already sprung into action, and her body was as fast as a black streak of light. Quick! Stop her! The immortal celestial being quickly sprang into action, and the heaven sword in his hand slashed down upon the petite little girl with boundless sword might. A pure white sword projection pierced through heaven and earth, slicing through the sea with terrifying might. Little Xia didn't take evasive measures. Instead, she unleashed a sword strike toward the immortal celestial being. Darkness began to appear along the blade of the sword. This was the purest darkness, and heaven and earth were instantly plunged into a realm of absolute darkness. Right before the immortal celestial being's astonished eyes, the darkness engulfed the sword projection before descending upon him like a crescent moon and slicing him in half. Chapter 23:20. The immortal celestial being had never imagined that this adorable little girl would act so decisively, or that her strength would be so terrifying. With a single move, she had broken through its attack and even cut its body. Quick! Hurry up and recover! The heavenly liquid god screamed in horror. The pure and holy light flickered. The immortal celestial being, which had been sliced apart, once again returned to his unscathed state. The reason why the immortal celestial being was called the immortal celestial being was because its existence was near undying. It was a perfect undying body. Little Xia's expression darkened upon seeing this, and she began to swing her sword through the air again. The heavenly human tribe United Army felt a chill run down their spines at the sight of the darkness before them, and they unleashed their most powerful heavenly power with all their might. Deva Holy Strike, Cross Light Slash. Immortal Celestial crossed his 2 swords, forming a cross-shaped sword chi that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Little Xia drew back her sword with one hand, and her other hand swept past the inky black blade. Countless sword inscriptions appeared on the blade of the sword, and the tip of the sword was aimed directly at the celestial immortal's head. Vanquish the heavens and slay all evil, darkness annihilation. Little Xia's evil-slaying sword abruptly stabbed forward, and darkness imbued with her most powerful sword technique transformed into a devastating sword strike. Bam! The cross-light slash was devoured by the darkness, leaving behind a huge hole. Immediately afterward, the immortal celestial being's head was obliterated. At the same time, millions of heavenly human tribe powerhouses disappeared as well. The only one still alive was heavenly goddess Silent Sound, who was controlling the immortal celestial being. However, the harp she had used to control the immortal celestial being had already caved in and cracked. The strings were all broken, and there was still darkness burning on it like fire, releasing a terrifying, devouring power. It was the harp in her arms that blocked that fatal blow for her. Silence, deathly silence. Both the heavenly human tribe united army and the heaven-crushing army were dumbstruck. What left the heavenly human tribe united army dumbstruck was that their most powerful attack had been nullified in an instant. Not only that, but their heads had also been instantly blasted apart. The heaven-crushing army was dumbstruck. They had just said that they were going to help the sword spirit. But before they could do anything, the sword spirit had exploded immortal celestial being's head. What kind of speed was that? He originally thought that the sword spirit's strength was at the Genesis tier at most, and that it would be a world-shaking battle with the immortal celestial being. Who would have thought that the sword spirit would instantly kill the immortal celestial being? This wasn't a sword spirit. It felt more like a living paramount, heavenly god of darkness. The Darkwing Emperor had just flexed, and he was extremely envious of little Xia. However, he knew the difference between a tool and a caring little girl, so he didn't feel like it was unfair. The heavenly humans were just about to recover their heads. Little Xia's body disappeared on the spot. In the next instant, the inky black, evil-slaying sword pierced through the harp and into heavenly goddess Silent Sound's chest. I told you, all of you heavenly gods are my prey. You're the first. Little Xia held evil slaying in her hand as she spoke to heavenly goddess Silent Sound. Vanquish the heavens and vanquish all evil. End of the Tao. Black patterns spread out in the void like a spider web. Each pattern was a Tao that led directly to the source. There were tens of thousands of Tao in them, and there was boundless darkness. A series of black patterns enshrouded heavenly goddess Silent Sound. Heavenly goddess Silent Sound didn't say anything. She merely heaved a forlorn sigh before her body was engulfed by the black patterns. The evil-slaying sword also fell at this moment within the creation realm outside the White Nectar Sea. The power of the 5 elements revolved around Enlin's body, and he was able to unleash the power of the 5 elements to the maximum with each and every one of his attacks. In the face of the oncoming primordial beasts, he basically killed one with each punch. The primordial bird was punched, and it plummeted to the ground like a useless chicken. The 10-tailed primordial demon emperor was punched, and its body transformed into a ball before crashing through a few divine mountains. There was also a wind-lightning heavenly wolf that opened its mouth to swallow Enlin, only to have its head exploded with a single kick from Enlin, upon which it died an extremely gruesome death. Enlin's invincible combat prowess made it very difficult for the primordial beasts to attack him. However, the primordial beasts were unable to do anything to Enlin in a short time, and Enlin was also unable to do anything to the heavenly life god. He couldn't even approach the heavenly life god. Humph, you're wasting your power like this. You'll die when you run out of power. The heavenly life god knew that Enlin wouldn't be able to last much longer in his current state, and she chuckled coldly. As they spoke, Enlin blasted 3 more primordial beasts into smithereens. However, the heavenly life god then used her power of life and death to easily revive another 4 primordial beasts. She was not flustered in the slightest in the face of Enlin and Tina's combined attacks. In fact, she felt like Enlin's relentless struggle and gradual loss of power in the face of her immense power was very pleasing to her. How much power do you have left in your body? How much longer can you last? A smile appeared on the life goddess face, and her long, slender fingers continued to twirl as the colorful jade hairpin struck Enlin from time to time. Even though Enlin was able to evade all of her attacks, it was still a very satisfying sight to see Enlin being stabbed by the jade hairpin, even though he was struggling to evade her attacks. Stop playing around, life god. Can you take care of him quickly? He's a very sinister man. The heavenly sea god couldn't bear to watch this any longer. The heavenly life god's expression darkened slightly. Do I need you to tell me what to do? It wasn't that she didn't want to take care of Enlin as quickly as possible. The problem was that the circumstances didn't allow her to do so. Her most powerful techniques were her control over life and death, as well as the power of creation. The jade hairpin was her most powerful technique. Of course, the close to 100 primordial beast underlings were also one of her most powerful techniques. Any other god of creation would have been insta-killed a long time ago, but Enlin was still struggling, so what could she do? However, he was still struggling, and Enlin was going to die sooner or later, and she couldn't think of any way for Enlin to turn the tables. I can sense that his aura has already receded. Is he starting to tire? The heavenly life goddess' lips curled up slightly. Victory was right before her eyes, and she was going to take it one step at a time. However, right at this moment, Enlin's body shuddered as his aura, which was gradually receding, suddenly soared explosively once again. A faint blush appeared on Enlin's face, and a sense of satisfaction welled up in his heart. Even his overall strength had increased significantly. What's going on? Enlin's lost power has returned, and it's become even more powerful? The heavenly life goddess' eyes widened, and her mind went blank for a short while. Soon she thought of something. She thought of that strange black sword. Not only was the black sword collecting the power of the deceased heavenly goddess Lanya, but it could also slay heavenly gods of its own volition before continuing to collect the power of the heavenly gods. To Enlin, that sword was a long-range charger. Chapter 23:21. Gasp. That feels good. An intoxicated expression appeared on Enlin's face as he sensed the increasing power of Tao within his body, and he hammered with even more force. The heavenly life goddess gritted her teeth with rage upon seeing this. She had told her not to worry about Enlin, as Enlin would definitely be slowly worn down to death. But look at the result. It had only been a short while, and she had already been given a vicious slap to the face. This was the answer that Enlin had given her. Wear him down to death. No way. Not only can I charge up, but I can also become more powerful. The heavenly life goddess was extremely enraged. The heavenly sea god's flesh crawled. See, this is the result of not taking care of Enlin. He's a monster. He can always turn the tables. His heart sank more and more at the sight of Enlin's ferocious display as he spoke. The heavenly sea god discovered that after witnessing a series of impossible miracles, Enlin had become a shadow in his heart. Even though it appeared that they still held the absolute upper hand, he was still unsure of himself, and Enlin became more and more ferocious as the battle progressed. In the face of the massive beasts, he fought like a massive beast and unleashed almost all of the most brutal methods available to him. Using the method of physical combat, he tore apart the bodies of the great, desolate beasts. Apart from that, he had also tried roasting the evil dragons, slicing the demonic fish, and cooking the primordial origin lion. Unfortunately, even if those behemoths were cooked in all kinds of dark dishes, the life goddess could still resurrect them. It was completely useless, and Lin didn't care about all of this and continued to unleash his most brutal methods. Even when the colorful jade hairpin tried to assassinate him, he could use a more coquettish posture to avoid the fatal wound that the jade hairpin wanted to inflict. He could even perfectly dodge the jade hairpin's attack. Tina was quite relieved to see how lively Lin was, and she focused even more on dealing with the massive beasts while trying to find an opportunity to approach the heavenly life goddess. The heavenly life goddess was extremely enraged by the sight of Lin, and she wanted to join the fray herself. The heavenly sea god cheered her on, but the heavenly heaven god objected vehemently. If you go, you'll only give Lin an opportunity to get close to you. We're still going to dominate the battlefield, and I refuse to believe that he'll always be this powerful. The heavenly heaven god's eyes narrowed as he spoke in a cold voice. The heavenly life goddess' footsteps faltered, and she clearly agreed with the statement. That was the logic. Seeing Enlin jumping around in front of her, full of energy and vigor, made her angry. She had already used her final trump card. Couldn't this man respect her? At the very least, don't fight a giant beast with a smile. Let's see how long you can keep smiling. The life goddess gritted her teeth as she glared at the man in the distance. Meanwhile, in the northern region of the White Nectar Sea, little Xie had used her final Tao to completely slay heavenly God Wuyin. The immortal Celestial's head would never recover. There was nothing she could do. She had directly killed the leader of the celestial race, so how was the formation supposed to function? Hurry up. Kill. Let's help the evil-slaying sword spirit. Only then did the heaven-crushing army come to their senses and attack in unison. Demon Emperor Siyu, the victorious fighting Buddha, and the other powerful beings also joined in. The immortal celestial was faced with the most terrifying despair. Don't give up. I'll form the head. Heavenly God Dark River suddenly unleashed his 9 divine halos before leaping toward the immortal celestial's empty neck. His combat prowess was already comparable to that of a god of creation, so the immortal celestial might be able to last for a while longer. Little Xie's dead fish eyes lit up slightly at the sight of the heavenly god Dark River charging toward her. It was as if she had seen a fat sheep pouncing toward her. Hold on, everyone. The sword spirit has broken free from Master's control, so the amount of power she can use is extremely limited. She'll be completely exhausted sooner or later. As long as we hold on and survive this most difficult period of time, she won't be able to do anything to us. The heavenly liquid god also gave a rousing analysis. Just as its voice fell, darkness covered the sky and covered the sun. Heavenly God Dark River's blood-curdling cries erupted. Heavenly God Dark River had just flown into the sky to form the head when a chubby little girl stomped on his chest and stabbed a sword into his head, sending him plummeting toward the ocean. Heavenly Liquid God. Heavenly Human Tribe United Army. Rip! Little Xie pulled out her sword and turned toward the Heavenly Liquid God with a smile. You're right. My power is limited, and I can only use it. But do you know just how much power I've stored? With my power, I can kill all of you 10 times over. The little girl's words were very calm, as if she were stating a fact. Right at this moment, Heavenly God Dark River let loose an enraged roar. An unprecedented power erupted from the divine halo above his head, forming a sinister ghost head over 100,000 feet in size that pounced toward little Xie with the power to engulf heaven and earth. You dare to use darkness against me? Little Xie's expression remained unchanged as she raised her evil-slaying sword to retaliate. The sinister ghost, over 100,000 feet in size, let loose an almighty roar upon seeing the sword projection flying toward it, trying to engulf it with its powerful engulfment ability. Whoosh! In the next instant, the sinister ghost writhed violently before transforming into a formless darkness. Heavenly God Dark River discovered that he had already lost control over the darkness. Not only are you refusing to follow the heavenly darkness god, but you're also trying to use the power he bestowed upon you to combat the heavenly darkness god's power? What the hell are you thinking? Little Xie pressed her sword against Heavenly God Dark River's neck with a mocking expression. Heavenly God Dark River opened his mouth, but he couldn't find a retort. Yes, what was he thinking? Even after detonating his 9th divine halo, his core power was still darkness. The little girl standing before him possessed the power bestowed upon her by the heavenly darkness god, and he was trying to use darkness against her? Wasn't that a joke? After coming to this realization, true despair descended upon him. Little Xie's invincible combat prowess made Heavenly God Dark River unable to see any hope of victory. Just as he thought that he was going to be killed, a series of extremely condensed chains of darkness suddenly bound Heavenly God Dark River's body. This is... Heavenly God Dark River was dumbstruck. Killing him was clearly the best option. So why was little Xie binding him? Could it be that little Xie was trying to persuade him to turn back and submit to the heavenly god of darkness? How could this be? How could someone as proud as him betray the heavenly sea god and side with the heavenly darkness god? However, what if the heavenly darkness god had a way to ensure that he wouldn't die even after detonating all 9 of his divine halos? The heavenly darkness goddess was his master, so it wasn't impossible for him to return to his master's embrace, right? Heaven God Dark River's imagination began to run wild as he struggled internally. Little Xie, sword spirit, why didn't you kill him? The battling Buddha suddenly asked. Little Xie knew that the battling Buddha was Lin's friend, so she replied with a smile, "Ha! I'm saving this heavenly god for Lin to recharge." Empyrean God Dark River was dumbstruck upon hearing this. Charge? What charging? Chapter 23:22. Recharge. The battling Buddha was also dumbstruck upon hearing this. Little Xie was in no hurry to kill heavenly god Styx River. Instead, she looked at the heavenly human tribe powerful beings being ravaged by the heaven-crushing united army and explained in a slow voice, "That's right, I'm recharging Lin. I have a very special ability that allows me to absorb the powers of the heavenly gods through a special method before transferring them to Lin. During this process, not only will Lin become more powerful, but his energy will also recover quickly. This is what I call recharging, and it will allow Lin to regain his full power." The battling Buddha was astonished upon hearing this. Heavenly God Styx River was astonished upon hearing this. He could hear the sound of his own heart shattering. Putting down the butcher's knife and returning to his embrace? Now that he thought about it, it was really a joke. Or, in other words, reality really was cruel. So, in the end, Heavenly God Styx River was just a battery. All of the other powerful beings were astonished upon hearing this, but they also came to a sudden realization. So that's how it is. I was wondering why War God Lin would send such an important weapon like the evil slaying sword here to help. So it's to absorb the powers of the heavenly gods. Gasp! It can even absorb the powers of the heavenly gods? This level of divine ability is truly heaven-defying. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and capture the heavenly liquid god. He can also recharge God Lin. All of the powerful beings were extremely excited. The heavenly liquid god wanted to curse out loud. The battling Buddha was even more excited. Then what are you waiting for, little Xie? Hurry up and absorb heavenly god Styx River to recharge Big Brother Lin. Little Xie shook her head. I can't. Even though killing heavenly god Styx River can make Lin more powerful, and Lin is currently full of power. If we kill heavenly god Styx River, there will be excess power overflowing, which will be a waste. Hence, I'll wait for Lin to expend most of his power before killing him. Heavenly god Styx River's eyes widened. So, he didn't even have the right to die now. He had to be kept as a reserve? Humiliation. It was an incomparable humiliation. Ah! Heavenly God Dark River roared with rage as power erupted from his body in an attempt to break free of the chains. However, black light flashed from the chains and pure darkness engulfed the power that Heaven God Dark River was about to unleash, not giving him a chance to unleash his wrath. At this time, the battle in the distance was nearing its end. The radiance exterminating heaven sword sliced the headless body of the immortal celestial being in half. Yuan Menjing, Mi Jia Lai, Devil Lord Lingu, and all the other powerful beings transformed into terrifying beings that reaped the lives of the celestial immortal tribe army. Tens of millions of celestial human tribe soldiers were quickly killed, and the celestial immortal tribe's spell formation began to expand. Lan Xiaoni took the lead and captured the heavenly liquid god with absolute power. Then, she used her extremely powerful power of water to bind the heavenly liquid god. Little Xia, sword spirit, I've also caught a battery. Go charge it for Boss and Lin. Lan Xiaoni carried the heavenly liquid god and flew toward Little Xia before handing it over to Little Xia in a dignified manner. The heavenly liquid god was about to throw up blood from rage. Had the high and mighty heavenly gods been reduced to the point where they had to be described as batteries? Thank you. Little Xia did not hold back and detain the heavenly liquid god. As a safety precaution, she also bound it with several layers of chains of darkness. At this moment, the heavenly human tribe united army had already been completely wiped out by the heaven-crushing united army. The heaven-crushing united army had finally secured a perfect victory on the immortal celestial being battlefield. All of the living beings on the battlefield began to cheer with joy and tears streaming down their faces. To be able to secure such a complete victory against an extremely powerful enemy was extremely significant to the heaven-crushing united army. It was exactly because of this that their emotions were completely unleashed. Some of them were laughing with glee, some of them had tears streaming down their faces, and some of them were yelling the names of their fallen comrades at the top of their lungs, saying that they had won this battle. Little Xia looked at the expressions of all of the living beings before her. However, it was undoubtedly the case that all of their expressions were filled with joy. Even their eyes were filled with gratitude and respect as they looked at her. Her cold, yet chubby face gradually softened. Little Xia shook her head and turned her attention away from them. Instead, she focused her attention on communicating with Enlin. The most important part of this battle was still Enlin's battlefield. The West Sea Sky Arc fell. The immortal celestial being had been destroyed. The heaven-crushing united army had successfully completed their mission. They now had more time and energy to focus on the battlefield in the distance. That was a terrifying battlefield where any random primordial beast could destroy an entire realm. Boom! Space was shattered by Enlin's fist. A terrifying fist projection pierced through space for over 1,500 kilometers. Two primordial beasts wailed with anguish as they were pulverized by Enlin's fist. There was also a 9-colored divine horse that was relatively close to Enlin, and half of its body had been destroyed. It fell to the ground and kicked the air with all 4 of its legs. Almost every single one of the 63 primordial beasts that had attacked Enlin had been brutally slain by Enlin. At the same time, the way they looked at Enlin had also changed. Even though they could resurrect an unlimited number of times, the terrifying pain and memories couldn't be erased. Instead, those memories would seep into their consciousness. A peculiar smile appeared on Enlin's face upon seeing this. Little Xia, I can begin now. A thought was transmitted to a place millions of kilometers away. A faint smile appeared on Little Xia's face as her evil-slaying sword suddenly pierced into the heavenly god's heart. Vanquish the heavens and slay all evil. Final Tao. At the same time, Enlin suddenly sprang into action. He charged toward the heavenly life goddess with all his might. Roar! A primordial flaming lion roared as it pounced toward Enlin. Enlin extended a finger toward the flaming lion. The primordial flaming lion's body shuddered. It was Enlin's finger of the heavenly Tao that had punctured its body from head to toe, and it could still remember the horror of that attack. In the instant that the primordial flaming lion paused, Enlin suddenly retracted his hand. He transformed into a dark shadow and dove headfirst into the flames, piercing through the primordial flaming lion's flames and departing into the distance. The primordial flaming lion had a violent personality and was a top-tier fire-type being. Its weakness was that the closer an enemy was to it, the more difficult it would be to detect the enemy's presence. After Enlin passed by the primordial flaming lion, a crimson primordial WRM appeared before him with a murderous aura surging through heaven and earth. Flames suddenly erupted from Enlin's palm. The primordial WRM shuddered as it recalled the pitiful state it had been in when it was being roasted by Enlin. Enlin took advantage of its momentary daze and scorching holy flames enshrouded his body as he flew past the primordial WRM like a shooting star. The primordial blood ghost flood dragon was decisive and swift in killing. Weakness, afraid of fire. Thus, Anlin successfully bypassed the primordial WRM's defenses at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 23:23. What the hell are you two doing? Stop him! The heavenly life goddess was quite alarmed by the sight of Anlin closing in on her. A giant primordial Kuin with corrosive energy all over its body roared before crashing toward Anlin. Dazzling light suddenly erupted from Anlin's palms. The giant primordial Kuin's body shuddered violently. It recalled back to how its gargantuan body had been reduced to a paper Kuin by Anlin's palms. Right at this moment, Anlin had already risen into the air and evaded the giant Kuin's interception at an extremely fast speed before continuing toward the heavenly life goddess. The corrosive primordial Kuin possessed extremely terrifying power as well as corrosive and poisonous properties. Its weakness was that it was extremely slow, and Lin didn't need to fight again to evade the giant Kuin's interception. The heavenly life goddess was a little dumbstruck upon seeing this. Unbeknownst to her, Anlin had already gleaned all of the giant Kuin beast's weaknesses and characteristics during this period of battle. Gleaning all of the giant Kuin beast's weaknesses wouldn't help him in slaying them, but it would be very helpful for him to figure out how to evade their interception. Also, why did Anlin have to use such cruel methods to deal with the giant Kuin beasts in every battle? This wasn't some kind of prank. It was just that he knew that even though the giant Kuin beasts could resurrect an infinite number of times, there was a certain trauma that he couldn't get rid of. Hence, he had to transform into the most brutal demon and become the target of fear for the giant Kuin beasts. Thus, when Anlin unleashed his brutal methods to kill them, it would serve as an extremely effective deterrent. This deterrent effect would also be extremely effective in evading the giant Kuin beast's interception. It could be said that Anlin had been preparing for this moment from the very beginning. He used one peculiar technique after another to evade one powerful giant Kuin beasts after another as he quickly approached the heavenly life goddess. The heavenly life goddess immediately controlled the jade hairpin to intercept him. Only then did Anlin slow down. After all, each and every one of the jade hairpin's attacks was extremely lethal. At the same time, Tina had already bypassed the prehistoric beasts. She had been hiding her strength from the very beginning. 30 primitive beasts were less than half of the beasts that besieged Anlin. How could they possibly stop her? Seeing that Anlin had finally decided to fight back, she launched a sudden attack on the life goddess. The little fairy had a petite figure, but her movements were extremely agile. She also possessed spatial jumps, medium jumps, and many other powerful and terrifying displacement techniques. The prehistoric beasts were completely unable to stop her. She was also the first to rush to the life goddess. Divine mirror of creation, great Tianyuan Huan Yu. Countless layers of mirrors appeared behind Tina. Those mirrors suddenly flew toward the life goddess like flying swords, and some of them fell from the sky like illusionary feathers. Each and every feather seemed to be imbued with a divine mirror world that was imbued with extreme world might. Damn it! The life goddess was unable to ignore Tina's attack, and she clasped her hands together as a boundless realm appeared around her. At the same time, her colorful jade hairpin drew a perfect arc in the air before hurtling toward Tina. Boom, boom, boom. The illusionary feathers crashed into the boundless realm, and it was as if two worlds had collided. A semi-transparent shockwave instantly proliferated for thousands of kilometers, annihilating all divine mountains and divine trees in its path. The resulting boom and explosion was extremely destructive. The illusionary feathers possessed a very special sharpness that was able to penetrate into the boundless realm. The life goddess had no choice but to deal with Tina. At this moment, Anlin had already passed through all of the primitive beasts and completely escaped from their encirclement. At this moment, his connection with little Xia who was millions of kilometers away, just so happened to be transmitted to Enlin's body, replenishing the energy that he had just expended. At the same time, his power was also significantly increasing, and Lin's aura did not diminish. Instead, it climbed to a new peak. The life goddess pupils contracted. He's become more powerful again. Never would she have thought that the heavenly gods in the distance would become Enlin's food and enhancers for Enlin to become more powerful. Enlin's aura transformed into golden ripples that proliferated throughout heaven and earth as he suddenly clenched his fists. A massive 5-elemental totem appeared behind him. The golden 5-elemental ring revolved at an alarming rate. Limit Heavenly Tao 5-elemental explosion. Enlin unleashed an almighty fist toward the life goddess. An extremely terrifying rainbow fist appeared in this world, making everything between heaven and earth pale in comparison. It was as if the fist had replaced the entire world. The heavenly life goddess gritted her teeth and unleashed the power of the heavens and the heavens in a frenzy to set up a defensive barrier around herself. However, her defenses had already been punctured by Tina's great heavenly illusionary feathers, and her perfect realm had already been shattered. Boom! The fist crashed down, and the power of the fist of the heavenly Tao and the new 5 elemental powers were completely unleashed at this moment. A vast expanse of inky black cracks instantly appeared on the life goddess' boundless realm. The great heavenly illusionary feathers that had penetrated deep into the realm were also imbued with an extremely powerful burst of energy, allowing them to puncture through the heavenly life goddess defenses in one fell swoop. No, ocean heavenly robe. The heavenly life goddess features paled as a blue oceanic membrane materialized around her body. This oceanic membrane was no ordinary defense. Each and every drop of seawater on its surface was materialized from an entire ocean and had transcended space and matter. It could be said that the power of the ocean within it had been condensed to the extreme. Tina's great heavenly illusionary feathers pierced through the boundless realm before landing on the life goddess ocean heavenly robe, only to be engulfed by the seawater. Only the water droplets continued to tremor violently, as if the water droplets were churning violently within the water droplets. The life goddess had kept Tina's attack at bay. However, just as ripples were surging through her body, the boundless realm exploded. The 5 elemental fist, which was powerful enough to pulverize all things in this world, crashed viciously into the ocean heavenly robe. Each and every drop of water represented the might of an ocean. However, the fist was still imbued with the terrifying power of the 5 elements. It then pierced through the ocean heavenly robe before striking the life goddess chest. Bam! A dull thump erupted. A massive hole had been blasted into the life goddess chest. PFFF. Blood gushed forth from her mouth. The terrifying power of the fist flowed through the wound and wreaked havoc within her body. At this moment, the jade hairpin hurtled toward Enlin's head. Enlin retreated to evade the life goddess counterattack before unleashing another punch toward the life goddess. Construct a barrier of life and death with my blood. In this dire situation, the life goddess blood suddenly converged to form a crimson vortex of reincarnation. Boom! The rainbow fist crashed into the crimson vortex before sinking deeply into it. Chapter 23-24. The sea, a heavenly robe of the life goddess, had already been destroyed. Enlin had initially wanted to punch the life goddess to death again. However, to his surprise, the life goddess reaction speed and the power she possessed were far beyond his imagination. She was able to instantly use her blood to create that crimson vortex, known as the Wall of Life and Death. The immensely powerful heavenly Tao 5 elemental explosion sank into the vortex, just like that, where its vitality was being whittled away by the extreme power of death imbued within the vortex. And Lin knew that he was definitely no match for the life goddess in terms of actual combat. The power of life and death that she possessed was simply too freakish. Even in such a hurried situation, she was still able to use her own blood to construct such an insane defense. And Lin could sense that the power in his fist that he had been accumulating for a long time had been completely engulfed by the crimson vortex in a one-on-one battle. He really was no match for the life goddess. However, he had Tina. A streak of light flashed toward him from the side. An extremely beautiful woman flapped her golden fairy wings, and she stabbed her sword toward the life goddess heart at an incredible speed. The jade hairpin tried to intercept her, but it was still too slow and couldn't keep up with the extreme speed that the fairy was able to unleash. The heavenly life goddess gritted her teeth and barely managed to shift her position, but the world sword still slashed through the side of her chest, leaving behind a deep gash. Tina brushed past the life goddess and was just about to unleash a second sword strike. But the jade hairpin was already flying toward her at this moment. If Tina didn't defend herself, this attack would be extremely lethal. However, at this moment, a cold light flashed through the fairy's eyes, and the world sword shifted its angle slightly before continuing toward the life goddess with an unstoppable force. "You're insane." The life goddess heart jolted upon seeing Tina's decisiveness. There was no time for her to evade, as the sword was simply far too fast. Furthermore, the trajectory of the sword overlapped with the trajectory of the jade hairpin. The blade of the sword collided with the jade hairpin, thereby altering the trajectory of the jade hairpin. When the jade hairpin pierced through Tina's arm, the world sword had already pierced through the life goddess heart from behind. Tina's unparalleled decisiveness and reaction speed allowed her to successfully turn the tables on the life goddess. The world sword pierced into the life goddess heart. This made the life goddess feel an intense sense of death once again. The sword intent instantly annihilated her heart. Not only that, but the divine mirror particles also began to grow like viruses, increasing in size and devouring her power in a frenzy. The heavenly life goddess was most wary of Tina's divine mirror world sword. And now, Tina's divine mirror world sword had dealt her another lethal blow. Die! The heavenly life goddess flared up with rage, and she stabbed her jade hairpin repeatedly toward the little fairy, leaving countless lethal, web-like trajectories in her wake. Tina was in a perilous situation, and she was almost fatally stabbed several times, until Lin sent the goddess of life flying with a punch. The extremely majestic fist force smashed the body of the living being to the point of distorting and deforming. The living being was directly blasted hundreds of kilometers away, and it smashed a huge mountain that was 100,000 meters tall into two. Only then did it stop flying backwards. When the life goddess was flying backward, she cut her body in half, and her upper body was cut in half. And Lin and Tina were both dumbstruck upon seeing this. Then the life goddess, whose upper body had been sliced to the point where she couldn't even survive, used her supreme authority of life to repair her body in a second. This was an unfathomable power of life. Tina had only recovered from most of her non-lethal wounds, but the life goddess had completely recovered from her lethal wounds, and she had even removed the corrosive effects of the divine mirror particles. Anyone would be driven mad by this kind of insane, regenerative ability, and they would even be struck by a deep sense of powerlessness, and Lin and Tina were also struck by this feeling. However, they also knew that this was not the time for despair. This was the best time to retaliate. And Lin's fist and Tina's sword projections enshrouded the life goddess again, and they unleashed a frenzied barrage of attacks upon her. The life goddess aura was no longer as peerless as before, and she was forced into a passive position. Time and time again, divine mountains were destroyed, forests of divine trees were uprooted, and immortal rivers were cut off. In this realm that was filled with miracles and opportunities, a peculiar scene appeared. And Lin and Tina chased the life goddess relentlessly, while close to 100 primordial beasts chased after Lin and Tina in a frenzy. The pursuit and escape of the three parties were natural, and no one knew how long it would last. Life, you've already activated your Tao true form. Why are you still being chased? Retaliate! Retaliate! The heavenly sea god couldn't help but complain at the sight of the heavenly life goddess' pathetic display. Shut the hell up. Otherwise, I'll toss your true body out and let you fight. The life goddess' brows furrowed. The heavenly sea god didn't dare to say anything upon hearing this. He could still fight with his mouth, but if he were to really toss him out, he would be tortured by Lin. If it weren't for the fact that your Tao true form was forced out long ago, we wouldn't be in such a passive position. Useless trash. The heavenly life goddess was enraged by the heavenly sea god's words, and she had completely disregarded their alliance. The heavenly sea god's expression was extremely dark, but he couldn't come up with any retort. The three-phase true heavenly reincarnation formation was extremely profound. If the three true forms were to return to their original positions, then their power would truly be unparalleled. They would be able to crush Lin and Tina with ease. So why would they be in such a passive position? They could only blame themselves for being too useless in the past. The heavenly light goddess had taken advantage of a loophole at this moment in the northern region of the White Nectar Sea. Shangguan charged toward the inky black rift in the sky, and her white dress danced in the wind like a peerless white lotus blooming in the night sky. She endured bolts of devastating primordial divine lightning before disappearing into the darkness and chaos. In the blink of an eye, the origin energy of extreme frost transformed into blue frost that enshrouded the entire sky. Heaven and earth plunged into a frigid winter again. The White Nectar Sea was sealed off and snow fell from the sky. She had taken the initiative to charge toward the heavenly Tao, and all living beings were given a fright. It had always been the heavenly Tao that dealt with her, but this time she was charging toward the heavenly Tao and challenging it. So this is what a true heavenly disciple is capable of, right? Michael murmured to himself as he looked at the white figure disappearing into the rift in the sky. She's not even a member of the heaven-crushing sect, but her heaven-crushing abilities are more powerful than ours. I'm such a failure as a heavenly disciple candidate. The battling Buddha sighed with emotion. Even though they had mastered the most intricate heaven-crushing techniques, did they have the ability to face the true heavenly Tao? Of course not. However, Shangguan had done it. Shangguan had taken the initiative to charge toward the heavenly Tao on her own, and even the heavens had been frozen solid. How many beings in this world could face the true heavenly Tao head-on? Cyril, Qin Chen, and Lin. Aside from them, there was no one else. That was what Shangguan was doing now. She was doing what a heavenly disciple should do. Chapter 23-25. In the northeastern region of the Tai Chu continent, within the barren and cracked purple star ruins, winds and clouds surged at the center of the ruins. Cyril had changed into a set of platinum battle robes, and his robes billowed in the wind as he slowly stabbed his black and white heaven-crushing spear into the sky. His crimson eyes trembled slightly, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. The 4-9 Immortal sect has acted very quickly, and the imbalance in the heavenly Tao has already been rectified. What an extraordinary group of beings. Chun Chen nodded. They are a group of trustworthy friends. The imbalance of the heavenly Tao was a huge problem even for the heaven-crushing sect, but the 4-9 Immortal sect was able to take care of it perfectly. This was a clear indication of just how powerful the 4-9 Immortal sect was. Chun Chen thought to himself for a moment before adding, "We have to work hard as well. We can't disappoint them." He wasn't a person who talked a lot. However, he was feeling a little guilty when he thought about how Lin was facing off against the 3 paramount heavenly gods in the White Nectar Sea. This pressure shouldn't have been shouldered by Lin. However, seeing as Lin had already stepped forward, he couldn't disappoint his friends. At the very least, he had to do what he had to do. After unleashing the heaven-crushing star, Chun Chen saw 2 extremely majestic figures appearing in the sky above. One of them was a massive woman with the power of light revolving around her body, and she held a translucent little sapling in her hand. The other was a man in spiky armor with a pair of dark eyes that were filled with killing intent. But there was also a hint of deathly stillness in his eyes, and he held a decayed skull in his hand. Chun Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao were about to arrive. This was the 5th tribulation. The woman and the man in spiky armor turned their eyes upon Cyril and Chun Chen, as if they knew that these two were the true pillars of the heaven-crushing sect. Is this an individual tribulation? Cyril's expression became slightly grave as he gripped his heaven-crushing spear tightly. At this moment, Chun Chen had already unleashed his spotless realm. A faint white light enshrouded his entire body, and nothing between heaven and earth was able to enter his domain. There were 9 tribulations in the heavenly Tao, but they didn't know which 9 tribulations they were or what the true manifestations of the tribulations were like. Only a true expert, a truly perfect expert, would have the courage to face these unknown disasters. The woman of light looked at Chun Chen, and the sapling in her hand slowly grew, releasing a power that was filled with hope and beauty. Life, the spiked armor man's eyes were dark and deathly still. The skull in his hand continued to decay. Or death? As soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic millstone of life and death that encompassed heaven and earth suddenly appeared beneath the feet of the 2 mighty beings. Half of it was deathly still and withered, while the other half was lush and green. It released an absolute aura of life and death as it revolved endlessly. At this moment, both Chun Chen and Cyril were enlightened. This was a multiple-choice question. Choose life or choose death. There were 2 obvious spots on the millstone of life and death. One was life and the other was death. They had to stand on those 2 spots to survive this calamity. As for who lived and who died, that would be up to Chun Chen and Cyril to decide. It was a simple game, but it was also a game of certain death. How could the 2 of them refuse? This millstone of life and death was imbued with the paramount laws of heaven and earth. This was an absolute law of the heavenly Tao that was even more powerful than the law of life and death controlled by the paramount heavenly God, the heavenly life God. This law was manifested from the power of the Tai Chu continent, the boundless realm of stars, as well as countless great worlds and small worlds. Even the paramount heavenly gods were afraid of the backlash from the heavenly Tao. Chun Chen and Cyril were also very wary. However, when faced with the choice of life or death, their solemn expressions quickly disappeared, and they both revealed a smile at the same time. Cyril shook his head with a smile. How terrifying. One is life, the other is death. Are they forcing me to sacrifice myself? Chun Chen pursed his lips. Don't pretend. This is a completely pointless question. Cyril nodded. That's indeed the case. The heavenly Tao has given us a very difficult multiple-choice question, but we can choose not to do it. What right does the heavenly Tao have to give us a multiple-choice question? The 2 of them looked at each other to confirm their suspicions. Boundless and unimaginably powerful energy erupted from their bodies at the same time before soaring into the heavens. Just how powerful were Chun Chen and Cyril? At this moment, Chun Chen's spotless white realm expanded in a frenzy, annihilating all time, space, matter, and energy it came into contact with. Cyril's extremely sharp and domineering true demon origin energy pierced through the heavens like a divine sword, and his sword intent transformed into a spiral sword cloud that spanned tens of thousands of kilometers. The woman and the armored man's expressions shifted slightly. What do you want? Disobedience will result in eternal damnation from the wrath of the heavens. The woman, enshrouded in light, spoke in a calm voice. Cyril raised the heaven-crushing spear in one hand and the 9 heavens' true demon sword in the other before slashing down upon the millstone of life and death. I'm disobeying the heavens. The thing I'm least afraid of is the wrath of the heavens, Chun Chen said calmly. The spotless realm around him wreaked havoc in a radius of 30,000 kilometers, severing all the nomological laws between heaven and earth and dragging the millstone of life and death, as well as the woman and the armored man, into the spotless realm. The true demon's sword fell at this moment, and the spotless realm opened up a space for it. At this moment, the nomological laws that were reputed to be the hardest and most indestructible in the heavenly Tao erupted with an extremely sharp screech. The spotless realm and true demon origin energy erupted, engulfing heaven and earth with boundless might. The millstone of life and death was engulfed by the energy. The woman screamed as her body and the sapling in her hand were both annihilated at the same time. The armored man's armor instantly shattered, and his rotten head didn't even have a chance to do anything before it was completely annihilated by the true demon origin energy. The heaven-crushing sect members couldn't help but feel suffocated at the sight of this earth-shattering power, even though they were separated by the heaven-crushing, glazed palaces spell formation. The boundless might penetrated the spell formation, making everyone feel as if heaven and earth were about to be blasted into smithereens by the two heavenly disciples. Is this the true combat prowess of the heavenly disciples? The ancient dragon empress looked at the spotless realm before her eyes, as well as the surging true demon origin energy, and she suddenly felt like her heavenly disciple was so cheap after the energy dissipated. The woman of light, the armored man, and the paramount nomological laws, the millstone of life and death, all disappeared into thin air. Only the two of them stood silently on the battlefield. In the eyes of super mighty figures, and even in the eyes of gods of creation, the fifth heavenly Tao tribulation of life and death, which was the most terrifying and difficult choice to make, had been violently vanquished by Chen Qin and Cyril to them. This tribulation was a freebie. Chapter 23-26. The grinders of life and death were reinforced by the nomological laws of countless worlds. However, Qin Chen's spotless realm could completely sever the connection between the grinders of life and death and the myriad of worlds. This was also the reason why Cyril was able to slice through the grinders of life and death with a single strike. After the fifth heavenly tribulation was broken, the heavenly Tao seemed to loosen up again. Cyril's heaven-shattering process sped up again, and the black and white heaven-shattering spear penetrated a few more centimeters. The pitch-black crack in the sky continued to split into smaller cracks. Once it reached a certain size, the sky and the heavenly Tao would instantly shatter like fragile glass. A rotating life and death formation appeared behind Qin Qin. A black seal filled with deathly stillness appeared in his hand, and he slowly pressed it toward the sky. At this moment, everything was silent and still. Heaven-shattering sixth technique, heavenly Tao absolute reincarnation. The black seal imprinted itself in the sky and quickly expanded. The heavenly Tao trembled violently, and reincarnation was severed. The heavenly Tao was completely sealed off. Qin Chen's attack penetrated the heavenly Tao once again. The heavenly Tao's reincarnation power was sealed off with a single strike. Its existence was being crushed step by Qin Chen's heaven-shattering techniques. At this moment, a change occurred in the sky again. A faceless man, holding a scale in his hand, slowly appeared at the peak of the sky. He wore an extremely neat and symmetrical black cloud robe. All of the patterns and details on his body, including the distribution and direction of his hair, were absolutely symmetrical. The faceless man was 100 feet tall, and there were 2 white trays on the scale in his hand. There was a person standing on the left tray, and there was also another person standing on the right tray. When the supreme beings of the heaven-crushing sect saw the person on the left, their expressions all changed drastically. They discovered that this person was actually the second heavenly disciple's attendant, Shui Yan. No way, she really is Mistress Shui Yan. Ah, Shui Yan really disappeared. How did she get there? All the heaven-crushing sect members were astonished to discover that Shui Yan, who had been standing with them, had suddenly appeared on the faceless man's scale. Not only them, but even Shui Yan was also in a daze. She only came to her senses after a few seconds, and she immediately transformed into a wisp of frosty blue energy in an attempt to escape, only to be blocked by an invisible barrier. Shui Yan. Chun Chen's eyes trembled slightly as he looked toward the woman on the scale. How did he do that? Cyril was also momentarily stunned. This move had already surpassed the realm of spatial teleportation. It was more like a decision made by the will of an absolute ruler. I want you to be there, so you are there. There was no other way. There was no other way. It was just the will that determined the truth. This was the will of the heavens. Shui Yan, who was trapped within, even unleashed her heaven-crushing techniques to attack the invisible barrier. However, it was to no avail. On the other side of the scale, an old woman without any cultivation base appeared. She was at a loss at first, but then she was so frightened by the terrifying scene in front of her that she fell to the ground. Ah, help! Someone save me! Where is this place? Who are you people? Why do you want to capture me? She screamed for help, releasing the fear in her heart. It was quite clear that this was an extremely ordinary mortal that the faceless man had deliberately transferred over from the kingdom of the 9 states. From the very beginning, the two sides of the scale were on 2 different levels. Above Shui Yan and the old woman was a sharp blade that was as red as blood. It was releasing an extremely dense and terrifying aura of death. The faceless man turned toward Chin Chin, and his voice sounded. Between the two of them, who is more important in your heart? If 2 people are about to face death and only one can survive, who would you rather live? The faceless man's voice was distant and ethereal, penetrating directly into Chun Chen's heart. Chun Chen's heart trembled at this moment. The last heavenly tribulation was a choice of life and death between him and Cyril. This time, the heavenly tribulation was a choice of life and death between Shui Yan and an ordinary woman. From the outside, this choice was very similar to the previous choice. In fact, it was even easier to choose. He didn't even need to think about it to know that he had to choose Shui Yan. However, this question was actually even more difficult. The faceless man was interrogating Chin Chen's heart. What was life? What was fairness? As the heavens, could they treat Shui Yan and the ordinary woman equally, as if they were completely unrelated lives? If even the heavens lost their fairness and everything was subjective, then how could this world maintain absolute balance? Then, how could he have the right to be called the heavens? This was a multiple-choice question, but in essence, it wasn't a multiple-choice question at all. In fact, the faceless man didn't even need Chun Chin to make a choice. As long as Chin Chin was a person, the answer to this choice would be unquestionable. The interrogation of one's Tao heart was superior to all attacks. The faceless man only wanted to attack Chin Chen's Tao heart. Could Chun Chin and Cyril forcefully break through everything like they did in the previous tribulation? They couldn't, because Shui Yan was in the faceless man's hands. If they decided to make a move, they wouldn't be able to save her in time. Chun Chen could only choose to save Shui Yan through this choice. Once he made a choice, his Tao heart would definitely be affected. Thus, this was actually an open and above-board attack. However, at this moment, Shui Yan threw herself at the blood blade without any regard for her own safety. Shui Yan! Lady Shui Yan! The other Heaven Breaker members all cried out in alarm. Shui Yan actually wanted to use her own death to help Chun Chen escape this predicament. Chun Chen's heart trembled. A cold light suddenly flashed in his hand. At this moment, Shui Yan, who was flying toward the blood blade, was blocked by an invisible force. She couldn't do anything to harm herself. Don't be anxious. Only the Son of Heaven has the right to choose in this matter, the faceless man said emotionlessly. The faceless man had casually deprived Shui Yan of the right to choose whether to live or die. If he could prevent Shui Yan from dying, he could naturally prevent Shui Yan from living. Thus, all the pressure fell on Qin. Qin took a deep breath and looked at the woman with red eyes. He then looked at the despairing old woman who was crying for help and had been tricked into this place for no reason. He pointed at Shui Yan and said, "I want her to live." As soon as he said this, almost everyone's heart trembled. The faceless man's tone carried a hint of mockery. "Oh, why did you choose her? Is it because of love? Is she more important to you? So, for her, you're going to kill this old woman in disguise." Qin sensed the emotions in his heart. He knew that he couldn't transcend life and death. When he heard the faceless man's words, he smiled and said, "Who said that the heavens can't have emotions?" The faceless man shook his head. "Then you're not fit to be the heavens. You won't be able to successfully become the heavenly Tao." On the scale, Shui Yan's restraints were removed. However, at the same time, the blood blade descended toward the old woman's head. Chapter 23-27. It's not up to you to decide whether I'm worthy of becoming the heaven. You don't have the right to judge whether I can become the heaven or not. In the instant that the crimson blade descended, the projection of billions of stars suddenly appeared in Qin's eyes. The vast universe within his body was completely unleashed at this instant, bringing with it extreme nomological laws and extreme power. Whoosh! At some point, Qin's position had switched with the mortal old woman's. The situation was now that Qin was facing the incoming crimson blade. The members of the heaven-crushing sect were all very familiar with this scene. This was how Shui Yan had been transferred back then. They didn't expect Qin to also have this kind of ability. It was the kind of mighty power that could turn a thought into reality. This was the power of the great universe's intent. The faceless man's voice was dark. "If you dare to break the rules, you must bear the consequences." Almost instantaneously, the other two crimson blades were already hovering above Shui Yan and the mortal old woman's heads, unleashing a terrifying killing intent. At this moment, the blood blade had already landed on Qin's body, but it was disintegrated into the tiniest particles by his spotless land. It was as if a gust of wind had blown away the monstrous killing intent of the blood blade. Everything returned to dust. Everything returned to earth. Not only that, but white halos that belonged to the spotless realm also appeared on Shui Yan and the mortal old woman's bodies, directly disintegrating the descending crimson blades into dust. The faceless man retaliated, but he couldn't do anything. Regardless of whether it's Shui Yan or the mortal old woman, I have to save them. The handsome youth looked at the faceless man calmly. "Even if you are the heaven now, you can't change this." "Ha ha ha." The faceless man laughed. "But you've already made your choice. Your Tao heart. Do you see your Tao heart?" He didn't seem disappointed at all. Instead, he laughed even more carefreely, as if he had won this round. Qin didn't say anything, and he stood there silently. However, for some reason, a hint of regret and resignation appeared on his face. Cyril cursed in his heart upon seeing this. Qin. The guilt on Shui Yan's face deepened upon seeing Qin like this. She clenched her fists tightly as she hated herself for being useless. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." Tears fell from the corners of her snowy face. She had a vague understanding that she had perhaps been used by the faceless man to destroy Qin's Tao heart. "Sai, it's not because of you, it's because of me." Qin looked at the crying girl with a gentle gaze and shook his head. "Perhaps I shouldn't have walked the path of the heavenly Tao, the path of emotionlessness and desirelessness." Even if he didn't admit it verbally, he would think so in his heart. He could say that no one could decide whether or not he could become the heavenly Tao. He could also say that it was fine even if the heavenly Tao had feelings. However, he cultivated the Tao of the heavenly Tao like dust. It should be the fairest heavenly Tao. This method of becoming the heaven Tao was the safest. But if Qin himself was unable to be emotionless and desireless, then this method would definitely be accompanied by extremely great risks. The faceless man had only used some conditions to expose his Tao heart. This was a bomb. Regardless of whether the faceless man appeared or not, it was still a bomb. Very good. The faceless man's scale emitted the light of heaven. Next, let's begin the second multiple choice question. Chin Chin slapped the faceless man. Get lost. Boom! A power as vast and boundless as the universe erupted from his body, materializing into a massive pillar of pure white light that soared into the sky, annihilating everything it came into contact with. The faceless man's body, as well as his scale, was reduced to dust by the pillar of pure white light. Peace and quiet returned to heaven and earth. The terrifying being who had once exerted immense pressure upon the heaven-crushing sect members had been slapped into oblivion by Chin Chin. That's it? Holy F asterisk CK. That's way too bad asterisk SS. He destroyed the heavenly Tao's tribulation with a single slap. That faceless man hasn't even finished speaking yet. Does the heavenly Tao not care about its reputation? Did heavenly disciple Chin Chin win? No, that's not actually a victory for Chun Chin. The ancient dragon empress shook her head with a concerned expression. She looked at the young man who was standing tall in the sky. It was as if nothing had happened. Her heart ached. This young man had far too many burdens on his back. Chen Chin had made a choice that was acceptable to everyone. He had even perfectly resolved the tribulation and saved the old mortal woman. However, the ancient dragon empress knew that Chen Chin hadn't actually won. In fact, he had lost. He had lost because of his Tao heart, and he had lost because of the Tao that he had always upheld. Chun Chin had already viewed Shui Yan as an important person in his heart. Even if the person on the other side of the scale wasn't immortal and was instead an important member of the heaven-crushing sect, Chen Chan would still make the same choice. The sixth tribulation, the heaven-crushing tribulation, had already concluded. Cyril's expression had already darkened. He knew better than anyone else just how terrifying this tribulation was. He was the only one who knew what Chin Chun was facing right now. Chun Chin had used a spatial teleportation spell technique to teleport the old mortal woman back to the kingdom of the 9 states. The old woman did not know what had happened from beginning to end. She only knew that someone wanted to kill her and someone saved her. Her eyes flashed, and she suddenly returned to the original street. Looking at the bustling crowd, she was in a trance, as if she had just had a nightmare. The aura of heaven and earth surged from Chun Chen's palm. There were all things within his palm, including the sun, moon, and stars, as well as all life forms. It was as if his palm contained the entire Tao of heaven and earth. Heaven-crushing 7th technique, palm heaven. Chun Chin slammed his palm into the heavens, and an aura that looked down upon the entire world and reigned supreme over heaven and earth erupted forth. It was as if he was going to grasp the entire heavenly Tao firmly in his palm. Then he crushed it. Chun Chin crushed it viciously, and the sound of the heavenly Tao cracking could be heard. It was as if he had crushed an egg. Of course, this egg was the core of the heavenly Tao. The heavens began to collapse, and destructive chaotic turbulence seeped out from the massive crack in the center. During this process, the chaotic turbulence gradually covered the entire sky, tearing apart the heavens that were struggling to hold on. Finally, the heavens couldn't hold on any longer, and it shattered like an eggshell. The heavens began to fall. Chun Chin stood in the center of the falling heavens, and he slowly extended a hand toward the falling heavens. Freeze! It was as if he had received a decree from the heavens. The falling heavens suddenly stopped, and it hovered in the air. Aside from the shattered starry sky and the shattered moon, there was only boundless darkness and chaos. Everything appeared to be destroyed. The heaven-crushing sect members who were closest to the aura of destruction felt an indescribable sense of terror. It was as if they were the ones who would be destroyed in the next instant. However, their heaven-crushing Tao allowed them to overcome this sense of terror and they continued to pour energy into the heaven-crushing formation. Right at this moment, countless eyes suddenly appeared within the pitch-black chaos, and they stared down at the living beings on the ground. Chapter 23-28. When one looked up at the starry night sky, they would be greeted by the sight of countless eyes. What kind of experience would that be? Even people with trypophobia would be scared to death. And all of these countless eyes were looking at the living beings on the ground below. Every single creature raised their head, and they could feel that those countless eyes seemed to be looking at them alone. This was extremely terrifying. In particular, the eyes in the sky had not only appeared within the purple star ruins, but they had also encompassed the entire kingdom of the 9 states. All of the mortals and cultivators were greeted by those terrifying eyes. They didn't even dare to raise their heads to look up at the sky. Some of them hid in their houses. Some of them looked down at the ground, and some of the more powerful cultivators were struck by an indescribable sense of dizziness. What the hell is that? Erlang Shin's third eye was also looking up at the sky, and he was also struck by the urge to shrink his third eye back into his body. However, the celestial Thearka's expression shifted drastically at this moment. No, this thing's range is too vast. It's even encompassing the entire kingdom of the 9 states. It's definitely not just a tribulation targeting the heaven-crushing, glazed palace. It looked up into the sky as she spoke in a cold and ethereal voice. That's indeed the case. I can sense a deep sense of malice from the heavens. This malice is directed toward all of our human race and the heaven-crushing united army. Right at this moment, the celestial Thearka's voice transmission talisman suddenly lit up. He could sense the presence of Bai Ling from the 4-9 immortal sect, and he immediately accepted the call. Pavilion Lord Bai, what's the situation right now? Disaster has befallen the kingdom of the 9 states. The Celestial Court should immediately send people to guard the Gem State, Stone Dragon State, Heavenly River State, and Lightning State. Leave the other 5 states to our 4-9 immortal sect. Bai Ling's urgent voice made the Celestial Thearka's expression shift. He had no time to lament the fact that the Celestial Court was only fit to guard 4 states, while the 4-9 immortal sect had to guard the other 5. Who's the enemy? Bai Ling fell silent for a few seconds before replying, The enemy is from the sky. At this moment, the densely packed eyes in the sky began to flicker with madness and resentment. Darkness surged and terror descended. All of the living beings in the kingdom of the 9 states could sense the approaching aura of death. Some of them fled in panic, while others wept and knelt to the ground, begging the heavens for forgiveness. The celestial Darch had no time to hesitate at all, and immediately began to arrange for experts to be stationed in the various provinces. Emperor Ziwei, Emperor Tianhuang, and War God Erlang led the 10 million-strong kingdom of the 9 states united army to defend the Stone Dragon State. Emperor Qinghua and Ao Xiao led the 10 million-strong kingdom of the 9 states united army to defend the Gem State. Chang Yi and Emperor Changsheng guarded the Heavenly River State, while the Celestial Darch led the 20 million-strong kingdom of the 9 states united army to defend the Thunder State. As for the top forces of the 4 major sects, they had returned to their respective sects to prepare for battle. They could use their sect's top formations to achieve a better defensive effect. Above the Purple Star ruins, Chen Chen was looking toward the kingdom of the 9 states with concern in his eyes. At this moment, Bai Ling called them again. She told them to focus on crushing the heavens and leave protecting the kingdom of the 9 states to the kingdom of the 9 states united army. It was still that calm and confident tone. For some reason, Chen Chen felt a peculiar sense of security from Bai Ling. He had a feeling that Bai Ling had made a lot of preparations, and it was exactly because of this that she was able to play such a powerful and reliable role at this critical juncture. In the sky above, countless eyes began to surge. A series of bodies materialized from darkness, exuding an aura of madness and destruction. Sharp claws began to appear, and their bodies grew larger and larger. Their bloodthirsty eyes stared intently at the heaven-crushing, glazed palace members. Some of them were laughing, while others were roaring. If the heavens have desires, the heavens will become demons. Is this a heavenly demon tribulation? Cyril looked up at the monsters in the sky with a grave expression. A calamity is about to descend upon the kingdom of the 9 states. Who would have thought that the consciousness of the heavenly Tao would choose a time like this to attack all living beings? Isn't it afraid that the heavenly Tao will collapse on its own? Chen Chen looked up at the sky with an expression of incredulity on his face. The consciousness of the heavenly Tao should have instinctively refrained from attacking powerless mortals on a large scale. In order to maintain the autonomy and fairness of the heavenly Tao, it shouldn't have done so. The only beings that had the right to do so were the heavenly gods. But now, the heavenly Tao seemed to have changed. It also seemed to have gone berserk. Thick drops of black ink fell from the sky. There are countless eyes on the surface of the inky black ink, and the pupils of those eyes began to expand as the ink began to transform into balls of black matter. Hiss, 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 like the screeches of hell, they drew closer and closer. Immediately afterward, balls of inky black matter began to materialize into a series of twisted, inky black monsters that rained down from the sky like a torrential downpour. They had extremely sharp claws, and a terrifying corrosive aura enveloped their bodies. There were tens of thousands of them, and they pounced toward the heaven-crushing, glazed palace with no fear of death. Roar, roar, roar. These demons descended from the sky and landed on the defensive formation of the heaven-breaking, glazed palace. Crackling sounds rang out, accompanied by the sharp sounds of sharp claws tearing at the formation. There were also many heavenly demons that pounced toward Chin Chin and Cyril outside the formation. However, they were all pulverized into dust by Chin Chen's spotless realm and Cyril's true demon origin energy. Cyril remained unmoved in the face of the attacks of tens of thousands of heavenly demons. He was like an invincible god-fiend, but there was not the slightest hint of relief on his face. It's not difficult to deal with these heavenly demons. The difficult part is how to break through this tribulation. If we're too slow, the billions of humans will probably, at this moment, in various parts of the kingdom of the 9 states. Balls of black ink also fell from the sky, transforming into terrifying heavenly demons. Hurry up and run! The monsters are falling from the sky. Sob, sob, sob. Help! Someone save us! Mortals with no cultivation bases fled in panic. Spirit Sword State, Thousand Flow City. Balls of black ink began to fall. Boom! A heavenly demon over 100 feet tall with 8 arms fell into the city, and the shockwave it set off instantly pulverized a dozen or so houses in the surrounding area. Humans die! The heavenly demon roared and quickly charged toward the fleeing humans. Its 8 arms were like poisonous snakes as they grabbed at the fleeing humans. Every time it grabbed a human, it would use its arms to devour them into nothingness. The residents of Thousand Flow City fled in terror. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon was like a tiger among a flock of sheep, slaughtering them with abandon. The mortals had no idea that demons would fall from the sky to hunt them down. Thousand Flow City was instantly plunged into a sea of despair. Mommy, get up, get up. Ah! A young girl grabbed onto her mother, who had been pushed down by the surging crowd, only to be knocked down by the crowd herself. At this moment, the 8-armed heavenly demon had already reached her. A twisted smile appeared on its humanoid face, and its arms suddenly grabbed toward the young girl and her mother without any hesitation. The young girl screamed and closed her eyes. However, the pain she was expecting didn't descend. Instead, she felt a little cold. Was this what it felt like to die? She opened her tightly shut eyes to find a young man looking at her with a smile on his face. Can you get up on your own? The young girl nodded hesitantly as she looked at the handsome young man. She then looked behind the young man to find that the extremely terrifying 8-armed heavenly demon had already been split in half down the middle, and it was being burned by blue flames. The young man activated his voice transmission talisman. 4-9 Immortal Sect, Sun Yulua has returned. His voice fell. The young girl couldn't find the young man anymore. However, blue light was still flashing in other places. Every time it flashed, a heavenly demon would fall. It was as if the stars were twinkling. These were the stars that protected this city. Chapter 23-29. Thousand Flow City had transformed into a terrifying realm, and one heavenly demon after another fell from the sky. Boom, boom, boom! Crimson light surged into the heavens above Thousand Flow City. Each and every streak of crimson light would reduce a heavenly demon to a blob of ink. 4-9 Immortal Sect, Cassidy in position. Tobias in position. Merlin in position. The 3 most powerful beings of the Blood Pavilion charged forward with unstoppable momentum. The Blood Tribe mighty figures, who had once been viewed with extreme hostility by the humans, had now become guardians who were willing to lay down their lives for the human race. Within the Thousand Flow Imperial Palace, this was where the heavenly demons were most focused. The heavenly demons were more inclined to kill powerful cultivators, and tens of thousands of heavenly demons crashed into the Thousand Flow Imperial Palace, even destroying the palace's formation. The cultivators fought with the heavenly demons with all their might. As one of the 9 Imperials, the Thousand Flow Imperial family was naturally quite powerful. However, the heavenly demons were far too ferocious, and there was almost no end to them. Damn it, there are so many monsters. When are they going to end? The Emperor of the Thousand Flow Imperial family swept through the air with his sword, which pulverized all of the heavenly demons around him. Before he had a chance to catch his breath, more heavenly demons pounced toward him. Your Majesty, should we fight or run? A divine general had his arm sliced off by a heavenly demon, and he ran toward the most powerful man in an extremely disheveled manner. Run? Where can we run to now? The Thousand Flow Imperial family looked at the terrifying heavenly demons charging toward them. There's no way out now. We can only fight to the death, for the human race and for ourselves. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. All of the members of the Thousand Flow Imperial family yelled in unison. Spell techniques rang out incessantly. Weapons clashed with sharp claws and blood sprayed through the air. The Imperial Palace had become the most brutal battlefield of all. It could be said that the Thousand Flow Imperial family had drawn over half of the firepower for Thousand Flow City. They were already the last line of defense for Thousand Flow City, just as the heavenly demons were about to descend into despair. 3 lithe and graceful figures suddenly appeared in the air above the Thousand Flow Imperial family. For 9 Immortal Sect, Ada. Jean Ling, Jean Yao. I'm in position. All of a sudden, a massive golden joint formation took shape in the sky. Boundless blood power and soul power instantly pulverized hundreds of heavenly demons into nothingness. The members of the Thousand Flow Imperial family immediately became excited. It's them, the 3 holy golden blood cultivators of the 4-9 Immortal Sect's Blood Pavilion. These triplets can even unleash Dao integration stage power when they combine their powers through a special spell formation. We finally have a Dao integration stage super mighty figure to assist us. Some members of the royal family were already crying. In their eyes, these 3 beautiful blood tribe supreme beings were existences akin to messiahs. At the same time, in the neighboring celestial water city, a white dog shrouded in a divine wind was crazily pouncing on the heavenly demon that was descending from the sky. Wherever the heavenly demon fell, it would fly there and catch the heavenly demon with its mouth wide open. It would eat one at a time, as if it was sweeping up chicken legs that had fallen from the sky. Pavilion Lord Dubai, is it really okay for you to eat like this? A 4-9 Immortal Sect disciples' flesh crawled upon seeing this. It's completely okay, Woof. It's sweet and sticky. Do you want to try it, Woof? Dubai wagged its tail with a buoyant grin. Erg. A female disciple couldn't help but retch. It was truly difficult for them to imagine that the mighty sect leader and Lin's favorite steed was him. A beautiful and gentle woman in a colorful dress sprinkled powder into the sky. All of the heavenly demons that came into contact with the powder were reduced to puddles of ink. This woman was none other than Lin's beast pet, Little Goo. She was the most normal beast pet among all of Lin's beast pets. Dubai, you've eaten something bad. No one has time to treat your injuries during this critical period, Little Goo advised in a gentle voice. Ha ha ha, it's all right. I can eat any heavenly demon, woof. Dubai chuckled confidently. Xiao Cho pointed at the dragon-bone heavenly demon, which stretched for hundreds of thousands of feet in the distance. You can eat that heavenly demon. Dubai shuddered at the sight of the inky black heavenly demon, which was imbued with destructive power, and he didn't dare to say anything. This was not something that he could face. At this moment, in Thousand Flow City, great destruction was about to descend. This was the most majestic city in the spirit sword state. An extremely gargantuan, heavenly demon with no end in sight had appeared. It had an outer shell that resembled dragon bones, and its entire body was inky black. It had 9 toes on its feet, and its claws were like divine sabers. With just a few light swipes, several abyss-like ravines were carved into the city. All of the residents and cultivators who had just received a dose of reassurance from the powerful cultivators of the 4-9 Immortal sect were plunged into despair again. One sword cultivator after another rose into the sky before unleashing sword intent toward the terrifying heavenly demon. However, when those swords landed on the dragon bone shell, muffled explosions could be heard. Not even a single crack appeared on the shell. At this moment, the monstrous head of the heavenly demon cracked open, and its tailbone pierced through the air toward a return to Void Stage Mighty Figure. That return to Void Stage Mighty Figure was targeted by the terrifying heavenly demon. Just the aura released by the heavenly demon was enough to freeze him to the point where he couldn't even move. This attack was far too fast, and its aura was far too terrifying. All of this caused the mind of the return to Void Stage Mighty Figure, who was at the pinnacle of all cultivators, to go blank at this moment. Suddenly, a blue domain spread through heaven and earth. Extreme frost descended. A woman wielding a great ice sword appeared from afar, and her sword slashed down upon the tailbone. Boom! An extremely powerful, true meaning of sword Tao erupted. The tailbone was imbued with the power of the heavenly Tao, and it stabbed forward with unstoppable force, pushing the woman's sword back. The woman let loose a clear cry. Not only was she not afraid, but her sword intent became even more powerful. Icy frost, heavenly strike. The frosty aura of the great ice sword expanded for several hundred kilometers, and the sword struck nothing but air. The heavenly dragonbone demon howled in shock as its tailbone was sent flying into the air. At this moment, all of the other cultivators of the spirit sword state were astonished. They were powerful cultivators of the spirit sword state, but they had never seen such exquisite sword intent before. 4-9 Immortal Sect, Lu Qianhuan, is here. The woman's blue robe danced in the wind, and her sword projection was like snow. She raised her head and spoke in a cold voice. All of the cultivators finally came to a sudden realization. The woman was the renowned sword pavilion lord of the 4-9 Immortal Sect, Lu Qianhuan. Roar! The heavenly dragonbone demon flared up with rage again after being sliced into two by Lu Qianhuan's sword strike. A terrifying aura that rivaled that of a cultivator at the Tao integration pinnacle stage felt like it was going to collapse the entire city. Even Lu Qianhuan was unable to withstand this power. At this moment, a massive sun suddenly appeared in the sky, tearing through the inky black sky. Boundless light illuminated the world, making it as bright as day. A pleasant, seductive, and passionate voice sounded. Praise the sun! Chapter 23:30. Am I dreaming? My God, even the stars and the moon have been shattered by the heavenly Tao. What's going on with the sun? And it's so warm. It's not hot at all. All of the cultivators of Thousand Flow City let loose cries of surprise upon seeing this. The sun hung high in the sky, and there was bound to be a mighty figure descending. Sure enough, there was a woman in a fiery red robe, standing beneath the sun. Roar! The dragon-bone heavenly demon's claws tore through the air, and its pitch-black claws were imbued with a boundless power of corrosion as they slashed toward the woman in red. The woman pointed a finger in the air, and a burst of light burst forth, as if it were the light of hope tearing through the heavens. The light crashed into the pitch-black claws and instantly vaporized them into wisps of smoke. The light split the heavens along the way. To the astonishment of all the cultivators, it shattered the bones of the gigantic dragon-bone sky fiend and pierced through the head of the dragon-bone sky fiend. Elder Xiaohong of the 4-9 Immortal Sect is here, the young girl with a face that could topple nations and bring disaster to the people spoke. Her voice fell, and the sun began to split into countless beams of light that pierced through the bodies of the heavenly demons within Thousand Flow City. All the heavenly demons that came into contact with the light were vaporized into nothingness. Just a single strike had slain several thousand powerful heavenly demons. Over half of the heavenly demons had been vaporized by Xiaohong's single strike. A heavenly demon at the Tao integration pinnacle stage has been vanquished with a single strike. Is this the power of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure of the 4-9 Immortal Sect? That's great. We're finally saved. All of the cultivators and mortals of Thousand Flow City had tears of excitement welling up in their eyes, and they wanted nothing more than to praise the sun with Xiaohong. From one city, one could see the entire situation. Powerful beings of the 4-9 Immortal Sect appeared at every critical location of the Kingdom of the 9 States. The Wind Plain State was guarded by 2 Tao Integration Stage True Dragons. The Baihua State was guarded by Phoenix Little Huang and the Great Empress of the Snow Tribe. The Gusu State was guarded by Dongfeng Zhuangshi and his disciples. The Purple Star State was guarded by the Ghost Tribe led by the Pale Sage. All of them were engaged in a life and death struggle against the heavenly demons, and the Kingdom of the 9 States was bound to perish together. I've already sent you the coordinates of the key nodes where the heavenly demonic tribulation will descend. Make sure to reinforce them and don't miss any of them. Bai Ling's voice sounded. Roger that. Roger that. Got it. Baihua State, Nanling County's main city. Yi Ling leaped onto the black cloud and glanced at the 3D map on her slender wrist. Got it. Up ahead, a towering heavenly demon wielding a staff made of flesh and blood descended from the sky, stepping on mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Light flashed from the staff, and countless civilians and houses were melted into a strange liquid. Yi Ling gripped the hilt of her dagger with one hand as she charged fearlessly toward the 100,000-foot heavenly demon. The 100,000-foot heavenly demon had also noticed her, and it pointed its staff at the slender figure charging toward it. Dark red energy fluctuations instantly swept toward Yi Ling's body. At this moment, the dagger was unsheathed. A frosty light flashed through the sky, and a peerless silvery white blade projection sliced the dark red energy in half before sweeping past the 100,000-foot heavenly demon as well. Yi Ling stopped in her tracks and sheathed her send you safely on your way sword. Ding! The scabbard and hilt clashed, and the sound of metal clashing erupted. The supremely powerful 100,000-foot heavenly demon held in anguish as its body was quickly sliced in half, and black ink splattered onto the ground. I've finally taken care of another one. The woman brushed aside the strands of hair that had clung to her face as she looked up at the shattered sky. The falling black ink had transformed into a heavenly demon, and the beautiful city had been transformed into a living hell of flames and anguished wails. Her heart throbbed with pain. It still wasn't enough. There was still too little she could do. The divine Tao beneath the young girl's feet suddenly transformed into a sharp, black blade that pierced through the heavenly demons closest to her and minced them into a bloody pulp. She began to chop melons and vegetables in the city. None of the sky demons could withstand a single move from her. Basically, she was in an invincible state where she could kill anything in her way. However, Yi Ling was very anxious. She couldn't truly protect the city, and there were still heavenly demons slaughtering the citizens in the city before she arrived. No, I'm still too slow. I can't go on like this. Yi Ling continued to flash through the sky, slaying one heavenly demon after another. The 4-9 immortal sect disciples who were traveling with her weren't powerful enough. Most of them had to surround one heavenly demon in groups of a dozen or so, and only a few return to void stage disciples were able to hold their own. However, there were simply too few cultivators like that. Just as Yi Ling was caught in a dilemma, all of a sudden, the communication device on her wrist suddenly lit up with a red light. Alert, alert! The Vermilion Bird sect is in dire danger. All disciples below the return to void stage are advised to retreat. All members above the return to void stage are advised to consider whether to participate in the battle. An alert sounded on her wrist. The location of the red dot on the map was extremely close to where Yi Ling was, as the Vermilion Bird sect was situated on the border of the Nanling prefecture. Yi Ling's expression shifted as she cast her gaze toward the gargantuan divine tree in the distance, and her pupils contracted slightly. Her dark assassination divine, Tao, granted her extremely fearsome night vision and telescopic vision, so she was able to clearly see what was happening on the Vermilion Bird divine tree in the distance. The massive divine tree had already been incinerated by some unknown purple flames. An extremely powerful purple blade projection tore through the Vermilion Bird sect's sect protection formation and sliced the massive divine tree in half. The divine tree that had stood for countless years was falling to the scorching flames. The Vermilion Bird sect has 2 Tao integration stage super mighty figures, Zhu Shuza and Sitifeng. But even so, the divine tree still fell. Yi Ling gripped her dagger tightly. She knew just how terrifying the enemies the Vermilion Bird sect was facing were. Otherwise, the information bracelet on her wrist wouldn't have sounded such an alert. Should she go over? Yi Ling was hesitant. She probably wouldn't be able to do anything even if she went over now. At this moment, the heavenly demons descending upon the Nanling prefecture became extremely slow. The pressure on the city was drastically reduced. She looked at the devastated city, then at the 4-9 immortal sect cultivators and native cultivators, and she knew that even if she didn't do anything, they would still be able to protect the city. The heavenly demons have slowed down not because we've successfully defended the city, but rather, Yi Ling turned toward the Vermilion Bird sect. That was supposed to be the most sacred place in the Kingdom of the 9 States, but now it was completely sealed off by dark clouds, as if the entire heaven and earth had been transformed into an ocean of despair. Master's wife, that's your second home. Little Ling can't let it be destroyed in this disaster. Yi Ling gritted her teeth and flew toward the Vermilion Bird sect at top speed. Chapter 2331. The Vermilion Bird sect, one of the 4 great sects of the Kingdom of the 9 States, was currently engulfed in raging purple flames. Once these flames came into contact with a living being, even powerful beings of the Vermilion Bird sect with extremely high cultivation bases couldn't do anything about it. They could only be incinerated into wisps of smoke. The pure and eternal holy vermilion flame dimmed in the face of the purple flames. The divine tree began to topple. This was like doomsday for the Vermilion Bird sect. Emohai. Yang Yuan chopped off the man's arm with a single slash. The arm was burning with purple flames, and it was almost instantly reduced to dust. Thank you. Mo Hai turned to Yang Yuan with a grateful expression as he looked at the purple flames with lingering fear in his eyes. He used to like being burned by fire and felt that it was a kind of enjoyment. But now he only felt fear towards this flame. It was simply too terrifying. It was the epitome of destruction. If Yang Yuan had been a split second slower, he would have been completely devoured by the purple flames. All of the Vermilion Bird sect disciples had already flown away from the divine tree. Lan Yan's eyes were red as she fought with the heavenly demons. Many of her good friends had died in the hands of the heavenly demons, and she was currently crazily killing the heavenly demons to release the anger in her heart. Lan Yan is a little out of control. No, I have to go and help her. She'll be easily killed by the Sky Fiend. As a friend, Yang Yuan couldn't just sit by and do nothing, so he immediately flew toward that direction. Mo Hai swallowed an immortal pill and looked at the divine tree on which he had once lived and cultivated. That divine tree that he had regarded as his author was gradually engulfed by the purple flames. He couldn't suppress the sadness and anger in his heart. It's gone. Everything is gone. He raised his head and looked at the sky that was growing increasingly frenzied. He muttered to himself, "Can we really hold on?" The heavenly demons were still descending upon the Vermilion Bird sect. Even the heavenly demons from the surrounding areas, and even the entire Baihua state were rushing toward the Vermilion Bird sect. It was as if they wanted to get rid of this thorn first. As for the disciples of the Vermilion Bird sect, they were unable to increase their combat prowess any further. And most importantly, Mo Hai turned to look at the top of the Tree of God, and an unconcealable fear flashed across his eyes. Suddenly, purple lightning tore through the flames. A figure was suddenly struck by lightning and fell to the ground. Rumble! A bull-sized pit appeared on the ground. A skinny man was vomiting blood on the ground. There was a large bloody hole in his chest. All the Vermilion Bird sect disciples let loose cries of surprise. This man was none other than Grand Elder Situ Feng of the Vermilion Bird sect. A 3-meter-tall humanoid heavenly demon slowly descended towards Situ Feng, wielding a pair of blue swords and a purple flame tail. Although its body wasn't big, its terrifying aura turned into purple ripples that were enough to affect the area within 1,000 kilometers. This was a heavenly demon so powerful that it caused all the disciples and elders to despair. Fun Tian's purple flames were released by it, the Vermilion Bird sect's sect-protecting formation was broken by it, and the eternal divine tree of the Vermilion Bird sect was also chopped down by it. It had also killed many disciples and elders of the Vermilion Bird sect. This was a peerless heavenly demon that surpassed everyone's imagination. No way! Elder Situ Feng is currently the most powerful being in the Vermilion Bird sect, but even Elder Situ Feng. Lan Yen covered her mouth with an incredulous expression. At this moment, the peerless heavenly demon had already landed above Situ Feng. It raised its thick black foot and stomped down viciously. Boom! The ground caved in again. All of Situ Feng's bones and tendons snapped, and he threw up another mouthful of blood. Grand Elder! A scarred man in a red sect robe let loose a thunderous roar as he transformed into a holy flame vermilion bird and pounced toward the peerless heavenly demon. He was the sect leader of the Vermilion Bird sect, Zhu Zexu. The peerless heavenly demon's expression didn't change in the slightest in the face of the pure, white, holy flame, vermilion bird. The two blue swords suddenly slashed toward the vermilion bird, and two indescribable blue sword projections pierced through the air before slicing off the massive vermilion bird's wings. The vermilion bird let loose a blood-curdling wail before disintegrating into a rain of flames. Its attack had struck a fatal flaw in the spell technique. Zhu Xu's body was also sent flying by the majestic sword chi. The peerless heavenly demon glanced at Zhu Xuza with a hint of mockery before turning its gaze back to Situ Feng. Its tail that was burning with purple flames was like a scorpion's eyes as it slowly crossed over its head. aiming its sharpest tip at Situ Feng's head. "No, Elder Situ!" The disciples and elders all yelled in unison. Some of them even rushed toward the peerless, heavenly demon. If even Situ Feng fell, then how could their Vermilion Bird sect survive this catastrophe? For the survival of the Vermilion Bird sect, they were even willing to sacrifice themselves. "Don't come over!" Situ Feng roared, and a majestic holy flame soared into the sky, violently crashing into the peerless heavenly demon's body. Moreover, the explosion of the flames brought about a powerful gust of wind, forcing the disciples and elders back again. It was also at this moment that the peerless heavenly demon bathed in the holy flame, Vermilion Bird, not taking a single step back. The sharp tail behind it was like a bolt of lightning, piercing through Situ Feng's head. Blood spread like fire. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to have fallen into a brief silence. Space surged. A young woman in a tight-fitting black Taoist robe appeared beside the fallen divine tree, and her pupils contracted with shock and incredulity upon seeing this. Purple flames were spreading. Situ Feng's body had been reduced to ashes by the terrifying flames. Between the heavens and the earth, all that was left was the body of the two-winged heavenly demon, which had been burned to the point of melting. Its blood-stained tail slowly rose up, like a proud god, emitting purple flames, but it gave the cultivators present an infinite chill. "Our Grand Elder has fallen!" "No, that's impossible. The Grand Elder's Vermilion Bird spell techniques have reached perfection. He'll definitely be able to rise from the ashes." Right at this moment, the great Tao of heaven and earth suddenly wailed with grief. Countless crimson, flaming feathers fell from the sky. All of the living beings present felt an indescribable sense of grief. A Tao integration stage super mighty figure had fallen. At this moment, all of the Vermilion Bird sect disciples had completely collapsed. The Grand Elder who had protected the Vermilion Bird sect for countless years had fallen. Some of the Vermilion Bird sect disciples burst into tears, and some of them even charged toward the heavenly demon without any fear of death. Even if they were going to lose, they were going to fight to the death. "Charge! Avenge the Grand Elder! The flames of the Vermilion Bird shall never be extinguished." Flames erupted from all of the cultivators' bodies, and they either enveloped their bodies in flames or unleashed a series of powerful flame spell techniques toward the heavenly demon. The two-winged heavenly demon was instantly engulfed by countless flame spell techniques. However, the Vermilion Bird sect cultivators didn't dare to slack off. Almost half of the Vermilion Bird sect disciples were attacking the heavenly demon. Lan Yen was also doing the same. She had even charged to the forefront of the battle formation and unleashed her most powerful spell techniques without any regard for her energy expenditure. However, accidents always came very quickly. Most of the cultivators didn't even have a chance to react before the heavenly demon tore through the spell technique bombardment and rushed toward Lan Yen. A sinister smile appeared on its slightly melted face as it slashed its huge blue sword down in a merciless manner. It wasn't targeting Lan Yen. It was just that Lan Yen was quite close to it and was quite powerful, so it decided to target her. At this moment, Lan Yen was completely unable to evade. In fact, she couldn't even defend herself. She could only look on as the huge blade drew closer and closer. The little girl, who was once very fond of smiling, finally broke into a smile at this moment. She didn't feel any fear toward this outcome. Instead, she felt that dying like this for the sake of the sect and the kingdom of the 9 states would be a worthy death. Perhaps this was what it truly felt like to face death with equanimity. However, it was also at this moment that a lanky figure suddenly appeared before her, and the blade in his hand lit up the entire night sky. Chapter 2332. The two-winged heavenly demon's huge blue sword fell, and a silvery white light lit up heaven and earth as an extremely sharp saber projection crashed into the huge sword. Bam! The sword intent exploded with a bone-piercing sharpness. The two balls of blue and white energy clashed violently. In that instant, the terrifying force sent Lan Yan's body flying again. Her eyes widened as she stared at the beautiful figure that had just appeared on the battlefield, and she let loose a cry of surprise. "It's you, little Ling." That's right, Lan Yan was good friends with Su Xiaolan, so she was naturally very familiar with this adorable little disciple of hers. It could be said that she had watched Yi Ling grow up. "It's me, big sister Lan Yan. Take everyone else and get away from here." Yi Ling struggled to defend herself against the heavenly demon's immense power. Even if she were to unleash all of her power, she would only be able to hold on with great difficulty. Lan Yan immediately retreated upon hearing this. Yi Ling's appearance gave the Vermilion Bird sect disciples and elders a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, at the center of the battle, the blue sword intent had already forced the white blade projection into a corner. When the extremely sharp dagger came into contact with the giant blue sword, sparks of energy burst out, and there was even a caw-caw-caw sound. "There's a new prey." The scorched flesh on the heavenly demon's face began to congeal at the sight of Yi Ling, and a smile appeared on its face as the sword in its right hand slowly descended. At the same time, the huge blue sword in its left hand suddenly slashed toward Yi Ling's waist. Yi Ling's expression shifted drastically, and she abruptly slammed her dagger into the huge blue sword in order to quickly retreat. However, at this moment, an extremely powerful sword intent suddenly shot forth from the huge blue sword in her left hand, warping space and pulverizing everything in its path. Dark Dao magnetic shield. Yi Ling knew that she wouldn't be able to evade this spell technique, and she immediately positioned her dagger in front of her as her black divine Dao energy transformed into a circular shield. Boom! The blue sword projection crashed down violently. The power of the sword was completely beyond Yi Ling's imagination, and the dark Dao magnetic shield was shattered on the spot before the sword projection pierced through her body. PFFF! A massive gash appeared on Yi Ling's body, and she threw up a mouthful of blood before plummeting to the ground. Little Ling. Lan Yan's heart jolted upon seeing this. All of the other disciples of the Vermilion Bird sect also turned pale with fright. Yi Ling had been severely injured in just one move, and she was no match for the heavenly demon. At this moment, the heavenly demon flapped its wings and chased after Yi Ling, who was still breathing. As it raised its swords high into the air, holy flames suddenly erupted in the distance. What's so great about bullying a little girl? Your opponent is me. Zhu Shuza roared angrily as he charged forward. He released his holy flame Vermilion Bird once again. Every time it flapped its wings, it would create an incomparably powerful flaming storm. The Vermilion Bird opened its beak, and the sacred flame turned into a breath that burned everything in its path, burning towards the heavenly demon. Since you're courting death, I'll kill you first. The peerless heavenly demon said calmly. With a single slash of its sword, the Vermilion Bird's sacred flame was cut into two halves. At this moment, Yi Ling had already fallen to the ground. She felt as if her entire body was being crazily destroyed by a force. Her meridians were in severe pain, and blood flowed from the sword wounds. Even her body couldn't help but tremble. This was an instinctive reaction to the powerful and terrifying force in the sky. Too powerful. This heavenly demon was unimaginably powerful. Regardless of whether it was in terms of strength, speed, or power, it was far superior to hers. She was no match for it. She was too weak. Even though she was at the return to void pinnacle stage and could unleash Dao integration stage power, she was still far too weak in the face of this heavenly demon. If things continued like this, the Vermilion Bird sect would be completely destroyed. Yi Ling crawled up from the ground with great difficulty. She swallowed an immortal pill and looked at the gloomy black ink that seemed to be able to crush everything in this world. There were countless eyes in the ink, and each pair of eyes represented a great terror. This was a world of despair. 50 great Daos, 49 heavenly births. Man escapes one. Master told me that no matter how hopeless the situation is, I must never give up hope. Yi Ling gripped the dagger in her hand tightly and pursed her blood-stained lips. A look of determination gradually appeared in her eyes. Man can create miracles, and so can I. Let's give it a try. What if I succeed? She took a deep breath. Heaven and earth seemed to have fallen, completely silent at this moment. The terrifying aura of the heavenly demon had disappeared. The sounds of battle between the Vermilion Bird sect disciples and elders and the heavenly demons had disappeared. The grief and rage of the destruction of the heavens had disappeared. Yi Ling untied her ponytail, and her long, black hair danced in the wind. She stood on the cracked ground of the battlefield, and the vital energy within a radius of over 5,000 kilometers suddenly formed a vortex before converging toward her body. Rumble, lightning seemed to be crackling in the sky as a dull, rumbling sound erupted. All of the mighty figures present could sense that something was amiss. What's going on? Why is the flow of vital energy changing? The lightning in the sky seems to have been unleashed by the heavenly Tao. Could it be? All of the mighty figures turned in unison toward the black-robed young woman with incredulity and absurdity on their faces. No way Yi Ling of the 4-9 Immortal sect is going to transcend her tribulation. All of the cultivators of the Vermilion Bird sect were astonished. However, Yi Ling had completely broken through her shackles at this moment. Boom! A gargantuan aura erupted into the sky. This aura was extremely powerful, and it even punctured a massive hole in the ink-like, viscous sky above. The dark shadow assassination divine, Tao, erupted from her body, casting a layer of shadows over the entire sky and earth. She was like the ruler of the shadows, standing at the very center. Her hair was as black as ink, and her saber projection was as bright as silver. A lethal aura emanated from her body, and it was becoming more and more terrifying. Vital energy within a radius of several thousand kilometers surged into her body in a frenzy. At this moment, all of the cultivators present confirmed that Yi Ling really was going to progress to the Tao integration stage. Master and Lin had once told her that Yi Ling wasn't ready yet, so she couldn't progress too quickly. Her master's wife had also told her that her shadow divine, Tao, still needed to be perfected. If she was too hasty, she could die during the Tao integration stage. However, Yi Ling knew that she couldn't wait any longer. She couldn't defeat the heavenly demon, so she could only transcend her tribulation. At this moment, she decided that she was going to fight with everything she had. She was going to progress to the Tao integration stage. That was the only way they could find a chance to win this battle. Tao integration stage tribulations are ever-changing. I wonder what my tribulation is going to be like. Yi Ling was feeling a little uneasy. Even though all of the 4-9 Immortal sect cultivators had successfully transcended their tribulations, the mortality rate for Tao integration stage tribulations was actually quite high. Countless prodigies at the return to Void Pinnacle stage had perished during their Tao integration stage tribulations, and that was even when they were fully prepared. However, Yi Ling didn't seem to be prepared for this at all. Chapter 2333. Vital energy surged for thousands of miles. This scale could be said to be unprecedented and spectacular. The sharp aura that blasted a hole in the heavenly Tao calamity caused countless cultivators to be shocked. The commotion was too strong, wasn't it? It could even affect the heavenly Tao calamity. Is the #1 disciple sister of the 4-9 Immortal sect really going to transcend her tribulation to the Tao integration stage? Oh my God, isn't she just over 100 years old? How can there be such a monstrous person in this world? Why not? Aren't War, God, and Lin, and the Divine Phoenix, maiden of the 4-9 immortal sect, such freaks? Everyone was speechless when they heard this. Just as everyone was rejoicing, a worried expression appeared on Elder Zhu Yuanzhou's face. Will Yiling be able to transcend her tribulation at this time? You should know that the heavenly Tao is at the critical moment of breaking the heavens. The impact will be huge, right? His worry was not without reason. The heavenly Tao was currently in an extremely unstable state, and no one knew what would happen if Yiling were to transcend her tribulation at a time like this. If there were any changes that greatly affected her, no matter how monstrous and powerful she was, she could still die. After all, there could be no mistakes when it came to transcending the tribulation. Yiling was clearly aware of this, but she still did it anyway. Hope reignited in the hearts of the Vermilion Bird sect cultivators upon seeing this. If she successfully transcends her tribulation, then we'll have 2 Tao integration stage super mighty figures, and we might be able to win this battle. I don't think so. Our Grand Elder is a veteran Tao integration stage super mighty figure. Yet even he and our sect leader were unable to subdue that heavenly demon. Yiling has successfully transcended her tribulation, but she's only a rookie Tao integration stage super mighty figure at most. Does she really have a chance? Some disciples were full of confidence, while others were still quite worried. However, no matter who it was, they were all praying for Yiling, and they also took the initiative to eliminate the heavenly demons that wanted to approach Yiling first. Peerless Sky Demon and Zhu Shuza, who were fighting, also noticed the situation over there. Going through the tribulation at this time? You're courting death, the heavenly demon said calmly, as if he had seen through everything and was too lazy to care about the other party. It turned its gaze toward the struggling Zhu Shuza again. As long as it killed Zhu Shuza, this top-rate sect of the Kingdom of the 9 States would undoubtedly be destroyed. Therefore, it was better to kill Zhu Shuza first. Boom! Lightning suddenly struck down from the sky. The lightning was hazy and indeterminate in shape. It was dark black with a hint of purple, and it actually possessed an extremely terrifying might of lightning as it slashed the ink firmament in an area of 50 kilometers into nothingness. As it descended, it drew out a horrifying crack in space. Almost everyone cried out in alarm. This was because the lightning bolt was aimed at the girl, who was undergoing the tribulation. No one would have thought that Yiling's Tao integration stage tribulation would be a lightning tribulation. And no one would have thought that the lightning would be so terrifying. Not only were the return to void stage mighty figures terrified, even the Tao integration stage super mighty figure, Zhu Shuza's hair, stood on end in horror and horror. This lightning should not belong to this world. This was the Genesis lightning, the Chaos Divine lightning. This lightning would only appear when a cultivator at the Tao integration pinnacle stage progressed from the God of Creation stage. Everyone was dumbfounded. In that instant, Yiling felt as if everything between heaven and earth had become extremely clear. The collapsing sky, the insanity of the heavenly demons, the menacing divine lightning, everything slowed down. She could clearly sense that if the chaos divine lightning struck her in its entirety, she would be reduced to ashes. However, she didn't complain about the unfairness of the heavenly Tao. She didn't complain about the chaotic divine lightning that only cultivators at the Tao integration pinnacle stage were facing. Yiling straightened her slender body and leaped into the air. The power of the shadow assassination divine Tao was completely unleashed, and her dagger slashed down upon the descending chaotic divine lightning with a frosty light that pierced through the heavens. The collapsing sky, the apocalyptic lightning, and the fearless young girl who had leaped into the air with a dazzling, frosty light. Everyone's eyes widened in that instant. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, and everyone felt like their eardrums were about to explode. The chaotic divine lightning exploded. The terrifying might of the lightning had all of the heavenly demons within a radius of over 500 kilometers, shuddering in fear. The center of the lightning had already been reduced to a ball of destructive lightning. Little Ling. Tears welled up in Lan Yan's eyes as she stared blankly at the ball of lightning. Her heart throbbed with pain. Such an adorable and thoughtful little girl had fallen to the chaotic divine lightning. If Enlin and Su Xiaolan were to learn of this, how sad would they be? A sense of sorrow welled up in everyone's hearts. They had pinned their hopes on Yi Ling, thinking that she might be able to turn the situation around if she successfully transcended her tribulation. Who would have thought that her tribulation would be so unreasonable? Even a Tao integration pinnacle stage cultivator would be terrified of a lightning tribulation. How are they supposed to survive this? The heavens want our vermilion bird sect to perish. Tears streamed down some of the elders' faces. An elder suddenly let loose a loud cry. No, look, what's that? All of the vermilion bird sect disciples looked toward the ball of lightning to discover that there was a young girl standing silently within it. She was completely unscathed. Some of the disciples rubbed their eyes, thinking that their eyes were playing tricks on them. At this moment, the ball of lightning had already dissipated, and the beautiful young girl's features became even clearer. Her skin was fair and translucent, and her eyes were bright and clear, making her appear even more eye-catching under the night sky. The silver dagger in her hand was surrounded by a hazy, formless, and extremely terrifying divine thunder. As it swam, it released strands of lightning that merged into her body. It was as if the divine thunder was afraid that she would not be able to withstand it if she absorbed too much. So the speed at which it was released was very, very slow. All of the vermilion bird sect cultivators were dumbstruck upon seeing this. What was going on? Yi Ling was also a little dumbstruck. She had thought that she was going to die for sure. Even though she had high aspirations and refused to admit defeat, she couldn't think of any way to defend herself against such terrifying divine lightning. However, the chaotic divine lightning seemed to have thought of a way for her. The chaotic divine lightning was like a dragon or a snake as it revolved around her divine tool, slowly unleashing its terrifying lightning might, thereby allowing her body to undergo a stable and peaceful transformation. Yi Ling suddenly thought back to when she was transcending her tribulation to the return to void stage. Her tribulation lightning had also been like this, and it had been a very comfortable massage. After that, her cultivation base had progressed. Who would have thought that her tribulation lightning would also be this comfortable? An expression of elation appeared on Yi Ling's face. Her understanding of the Tao of shadow assassination was becoming more and more profound, and her divine Tao was becoming more and more complete. Furthermore, after being tempered by the chaotic divine lightning, her body had become even more powerful. In fact, she was even more powerful than a normal Tao integration stage super mighty figure. Right at this moment, all of the vermilion bird sect disciples suddenly let loose cries of surprise. Yi Ling turned toward the heavenly demon to discover that one of Zhu Xu's arms had already been sliced off by the heavenly demon's blue sword, and the heavenly demon's sword was descending upon Zhu Xu's head. Yi Ling was still transcending her tribulation, and she was extremely anxious upon seeing this. However, a bold idea suddenly occurred to her when she saw the chaotic divine lightning revolving around her dagger. Chapter 2334. The peerless heavenly demon cut off Zhu Xu's arm with one slash. Another slash followed. Dark blue sword chi pierced through the sky and fell toward Zhu Xu's head. The dense killing intent condensed and even tore a huge crack in the black ink in the sky. Zhu Xuza crushed the last jade pendant he had. The sacred beast vermilion bird's blood was released and formed an indestructible blood shield. Boom! The huge sword struck the blood shield. The domineering and strange blue sword chi was very powerful, but it couldn't break the blood shield. Boom! When the blood shield lost its energy, it cracked. Zhu Xuza had already increased the distance between them. It's just a meaningless struggle. The peerless heavenly demon didn't have much expression on its face after its attack failed. It flapped its wings and quickly approached Zhu Shuza again. One after another, holy fire spells came, but the peerless heavenly demon easily slashed them apart. Zhu Shuza looked at the approaching peerless heavenly demon and felt a sense of helplessness. That suffocating aura and invincible power made him unable to fight or block it. At this moment, the peerless heavenly demon's huge sword slashed down again. Zhu Shuza had nothing left to protect himself. Looking at the increasingly large blade in his field of vision, he finally knew that he was facing death. There was a reluctance in his eyes. He still wanted to struggle, but the sword force had sealed all his movements. At this moment, he had nowhere to run. Suddenly, a shadow appeared and a cold light appeared. A girl jumped out from the shadow and stood in front of Zhu Shuza. She held a sharp blade in her hand, and the cold light shone for 3,000 miles. Even the peerless heavenly demon was almost blinded by this cold light. That terrifying killing intent caused the power around its body to solidify. What kind of killing intent was this? It was so dense that it could affect the laws of heaven and earth. The peerless heavenly demon's expression changed drastically for the first time. The huge sword in its hand slashed down, but it hit the cold light. The power of both sides exploded again. It saw the girl in front of it, clearly. It was the girl it had defeated in one move. A similar scene. The peerless heavenly demon and Yi Ling clashed. But this time, the peerless heavenly demon felt an extremely terrifying power coming from the sword. It was no longer able to send the girl flying. The peerless heavenly demon was a little confused. Wasn't this woman transcending tribulation? How could she still run over to fight? Transcending the tribulation was a life-threatening situation. Yet this person was still able to rush over and slash at it. If it were any other transcending tribulation cultivator, they would have died 100 times over. Then, it discovered something even weirder. It discovered that the girl's divine artifact dagger was surrounded by some kind of hazy purple lightning with a hint of black. That lightning gave it a very dangerous feeling. What is this? The peerless heavenly demon's eyes narrowed. Make a guess. Yi Ling's lips curled up into a faint smile. The purplish-black lightning on the dagger suddenly spread along the huge blue sword, instantly spreading to the peerless heavenly demon's body. The destructive lightning exploded, destroying everything on its body. Ah! The peerless heavenly demon's body was suddenly torn apart by the terrifying lightning. The terrifying energy caused it to scream miserably. This was legendary lightning that could wound even gods of creation. This was divine lightning that was born from chaos and transcended beyond heaven and earth. It was far more fearsome than the attacks of all Tao integration stage super mighty figures. When Yi Ling saw this terrifying power revolving around her divine tool, the bold idea of using the chaotic divine lightning on her sword to slay the peerless heavenly demon appeared in her mind. Die! Yi Ling let loose a clear cry as a cold light erupted from the dagger in her hand, and all of the chaotic divine lightning on it was transferred to the peerless heavenly demon without any reservation. The lightning of annihilation pierced through the heavenly demon's body like a slithering dragon, blasting a few massive holes into its wings. The lightning of annihilation was imbued with extremely powerful energy, and its flesh and blood began to boil and explode in an even more insane manner than a scorching inferno. Boom! The lightning of annihilation exploded. Even Yi Ling was knocked flying by the shock waves. She finally stabilized her body with great difficulty before turning toward the center of the explosion with a nervous expression. All of the other cultivators were also stunned by Yi Ling's insane performance, and they didn't even have time to exclaim in admiration as they also stared at the center of the explosion with bated breath. The lightning dissipated, and a charred black body of the heavenly demon appeared in the air. There wasn't a single part of its body that wasn't damaged. Its wings were in tatters, black ink was dripping from its body, and there was a massive hole in its head. Using the power of tribulation transcendence to slay a powerful enemy, I kneel to Big Boss Yiling. So this is tribulation transcendence? I've never seen anything like this before. This is definitely an epic tribulation transcendence that will be recorded in the annals of Thai Chu continent history. Did she succeed? It's already been reduced to such a sorry state. There's no way it can survive, right? Let's go and stab it a few more times to burn it more thoroughly. All right. A few returned to Void Stage elders unleashed terrifying flame spell techniques toward the heavenly demon. Right at this moment, a blue halo of light suddenly appeared around the heavenly demon's body, keeping all of their spell techniques at bay. Phew! A long and deep exhalation sounded. The temperature between heaven and earth dropped by a few degrees at that moment. Yiling's eyes trembled slightly as she gripped her dagger tightly. It's not dead. The chaotic divine lightning that could insta-kill even Dao integration stage super mighty figures was unable to kill this heavenly demon. Very good. To think that such a terrifying human can even take advantage of Dao integration stage tribulations. I can't let you live. A sinister smile appeared on the heavenly demon's face as the purple flames on its tail transformed into dragon-shaped flames that revolved around its two huge blue swords, setting those two swords ablaze. With lethal flames, it held two huge swords that were burning with purple flames in its hands, and its tattered wings stretched out even larger. A terrifying aura that belonged to it burst forth, and it even caused an energy tide within a radius of several thousand miles. It was like a peerless demon, and all living beings in the world were terrified. Hee, that move of yours that borrowed the thunder from outer space to attack me was indeed very strong. However, your weapon no longer has any thunderbolts. What are you going to use to fight me now? The heavenly demon was becoming more and more talkative toward this human who had managed to wound it, as if it wanted to see despair in his eyes. Zhu Shuza flew over to Yiling's side. I'll hold it off. You've already done enough for us, so hurry up and run. This is a battle for the Vermilion Bird Sect, so leave the rest to us. Yiling glanced at the wounded man beside her. She knew that Zhu Shuza couldn't bear to see her die here, but she didn't move. Instead, she turned toward the heavenly demon with a dainty smile. My weapons don't have lightning anymore. You're right, but what's going to happen next is different. Yiling raised her dagger high into the air, and her clear voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Lightning come. Boom! Chaotic divine lightning tore through the heavens and fell upon Yiling's dagger again. The dazzling lightning descended upon the world like a bird returning to its nest. Dance of the Dragon and Snake. Chapter 2335. Her blade was imbued with chaotic lightning. At this moment, Yiling's beauty once again stunned the world. All of the Vermilion Bird Sect disciples were dumbstruck as they stared at the young woman in the distance. They felt like she was extremely dazzling, but at the same time, they also felt an indescribable sense of security. The sinister smile on the heavenly demon's face gradually congealed as it stared at the chaotic divine lightning in the young woman's eyes, as if it had seen a ghost. Never would it have thought that this young woman would be able to summon lightning of this caliber. She just had to shout for lightning, and it really came? Could it be that this young woman was the daughter of the heavenly Tao? The heavenly demon looked up into the sky with a pained expression. It was clearly the representative of the heavenly Tao, so why was the heavenly Tao helping this young woman instead? No one could answer its question. The young woman's body arched slightly, and she suddenly closed in on the heavenly demon like a blur as her killing intent froze heaven and earth within a radius of 50 kilometers. Shadow murder, chaotic divine lightning slash. The sword to send you safely on your way was imbued with chaotic divine lightning, and it tore through space and all forms of energy as it slashed down toward the heavenly demon's head. The heavenly demon did not cower in the face of the attack that had once severely wounded it. Instead, it took the initiative to meet the attack head-on. The purple flame, swords in its hands, slashed down with unstoppable force, and the purple flames pounced toward Yi Ling before the swords even arrived. The heavenly demon knew that the chaotic divine lightning on Yi Ling's dagger had a spreading effect. It was exactly because of this that it decided to strike first and burn the young woman to death with its destructive purple flames. That way, even if the young woman could control chaotic divine lightning, she wouldn't be able to do anything. The heavenly demon was very confident in its ability to kill Sitafong with its destructive purple flames. This time, its opponent was a young woman who had yet to truly transcend her tribulation, so she definitely wouldn't be able to last even a second under its destructive purple flames. In the face of the oncoming purple flames, there was no fear on Yi Ling's face at all. Her lips parted slightly as she uttered, "Divine lightning wall." A portion of the lightning on the dagger instantly formed a lightning barrier in front of her, reducing all of the oncoming purple flames into a chaotic state. How could this be? The heavenly demon was dumbstruck. At this moment, the two swords had already descended at the same time, slashing at the silver-white dagger that had condensed into a blade of light. Boundless and terrifying energy once again poured out. The weapons collided again. The chaos divine lightning began to spread along the two swords to the heavenly demon's body. The peerless heavenly demon's body was once again ravaged by the primal chaos divine lightning. His body twisted and was riddled with holes. Yi Ling was once again sent flying by her own power. She steadied herself in the air and found that her strength did not weaken. Instead, it was getting stronger. Under the continuous tempering of the chaos divine lightning, his body had already undergone some kind of transformation. Under his fair and translucent skin, there was a kind of transcendent aura. Fighting and breaking through at the same time seemed to be able to better adapt to the new realm. Yi Ling finally heaved a sigh of relief, and she pointed her dagger up into the sky again as a crisp, pleasant voice sounded, "Lightning, come!" Rumble. Chaotic divine lightning fell from the sky and gathered on the girl's dagger again. Wisps of divine lightning frantically refined the young girl's body, divine soul and divine Tao. Her divine Tao was close to perfection. All of the Vermilion Bird sect disciples, elders, and even the sect leader were completely dumbstruck. This young girl was using the chaotic divine lightning as her own power. Not only was there no limit to the number of times she could unleash it, but she could also change its form. For some reason, she reminds me of a certain person. I also think of that man. We're definitely thinking of the same person. That's right, he's tamer of divine lightning, heavenly god of King lightning. The two elders suddenly uttered different terms of address. Yeah. They were talking about the same person. The two elders quickly alleviated the awkwardness in their hearts. And Lin was able to control divine lightning and even keep it as his pet. This was already a legendary feat on the Tai Chu continent. Now Yi Ling was also able to control divine lightning, and even the most powerful chaotic divine lightning was taking extra care of her in case it accidentally struck her to death. This was the first time they had ever witnessed such an extraordinary scene. In the past, Lin was able to control golden void lightning. Now, Yi Ling was able to control chaotic divine lightning. Should I say, as expected of master and disciple? Yi Ling didn't give the heavenly demon a chance to catch its breath as she charged toward it again. The peerless heavenly demon was already charred on the outside and charred on the inside. Seeing Yi Ling pouncing towards it again, its body couldn't help but tremble. Without thinking, it brandished the huge sword in its hand and drew out an extremely powerful purple flame sword beam. It didn't choose to engage in close-quarters combat with Yi Ling. Instead, it chose to attack from afar. As long as its attack was powerful enough and had a large enough area of effect, Yi Ling wouldn't be able to touch it. The purple flaming sword projection swept through heaven and earth, dyeing the entire heaven and earth a vast expanse of purple. This was an energy that Yi Ling definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand in the past. However, she was currently transcending her tribulation, and she was becoming more and more powerful. Shadow swallow slash. The dagger in her hand slashed through the purple flaming sword projection, leaving a black line imbued with pure killing intent in its wake. This slash was like a black line that couldn't contain Yiling. However, in the next instant, Yiling transformed into a shadow swallow and merged into the black line. When the black line pierced through the purple flaming sword projection and reached the heavenly demon, Yiling's body suddenly leaped out of the black line, and right before the heavenly demon's astonished eyes, she stabbed her dagger toward the heavenly demon's body without any hesitation. The peerless, demonic, gigantic sword was lifted up, blocking his head. Bam! A silvery white killing light flashed and lightning exploded. The dagger struck the heavenly demon's huge sword. Before the lightning could spread, the heavenly demon's tail stinger pierced toward Yiling's head at an even faster speed than the lightning. A crazed expression appeared on its face as it roared, "Die!" In that instant, Yiling's slender waist bent at an exaggerated angle, and she leaned back to evade the sneak attack by a hair's breadth. At the same time, lightning erupted from the blade of the heavenly demon's sword. Boom! Ah! The heavenly demon let loose another blood-curdling wail. Yiling was knocked flying by the shock waves, and she stabbed her dagger toward the sky again. Lightning come. Boom! The dagger in Yiling's hand was like a lightning rod, unleashing a bolt of lightning upon the heavenly demon. "You want to sneak attack me again? Don't you know that my divine Tao is shadow assassination?" Yiling stared at the peerless heavenly demon, and chaotic lightning erupted from her dagger as she stabbed forward once again. The heavenly demon didn't even have a chance to recover from its injuries before the nightmarish dagger flew toward it again. Bam! The huge sword clashed with the dagger again. Yiling chose to stab toward the heavenly demon's head again, but her dagger was blocked by the heavenly demon's huge sword. It was also at this moment that a burst of excitement erupted from within her body. Thump! Her heart thumped violently, and it was as if her entire life had been elevated to a higher level. She had never been complete. She had never been perfect. Her divine Tao appeared in the sky, manifesting into all things as killing intent filled the entire sky. Her divine Tao phenomenon encompassed heaven and earth, and her shadow assassination divine Tao was completely acknowledged by the great Tao of heaven and earth. In that instant, Yiling had truly progressed to the Tao integration stage. Chapter 2336. The heavenly demon had also detected all of this. The young woman's aura and power had suddenly become so much more powerful, and her power of the divine Tao had undergone a complete transformation. If it still couldn't detect this, then it would be an idiot. The heavenly demon was initially very shocked. However, a joyful smile appeared on its face as it thought about it. What did Yiling's successful tribulation, transcendence, represent? Did it represent that she had become more powerful? No, it didn't matter that she had become more powerful. It wouldn't panic even if she became a Tao integration intermediate stage or Tao integration final stage cultivator. It was afraid of the chaotic divine lightning. If Yiling successfully transcended her tribulation, then she wouldn't be struck by the chaotic divine lightning anymore. Wouldn't she lose the ability to control the chaotic divine lightning? That was the main point. Without the chaotic divine lightning, it could take on 10 of Yiling. The heavenly demon smiled with elation. Right at this moment, a crisp crack suddenly erupted. Kacha! The heavenly demon discovered that a large number of cracks had appeared on its huge blue sword where the dagger had struck it, and the lightning flashing from the dagger was slowly penetrating into its body. How could this be? Why isn't the chaotic divine lightning following the sword to strike me? The heavenly demon's expression suddenly shifted drastically. Because there's no need to. Yiling's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, and the shadow assassination divine Tao within her body combined perfectly with the chaotic divine lightning on the dagger, elevating its sharpness to the extreme once again. Bam! The huge blue sword suddenly shattered down the middle. The young woman stabbed the lightning shadow blade into the heavenly demon's head, right before its horrified eyes. Lightning screeched through the air as the blade pierced through the air for over 1,000 kilometers. The heavenly demon wriggled its mouth with great difficulty as lightning flowed through its wound and wreaked havoc within its body. It never would have thought that Yi Ling's complete divine Tao would be able to unleash such devastating power after fusing with the chaotic divine lightning. It's over. The dagger in Yi Ling's hand glowed with a powerful silvery white light as it slashed down viciously. The peerless heavenly demon's body was directly sliced into two by the dagger from the head to the head. The heavenly demon had thought that it would retaliate after Yi Ling successfully transcended her tribulation, but it didn't think that it would be the end of its life. Shadow kill, Hell Lotus! The dagger in Yi Ling's hand slashed through the air toward the two halves of the peerless heavenly demon, and the saber projections converged to form a massive black and purple lotus flower that completely enveloped the peerless heavenly demon's body. In the next moment, the peerless heavenly demon's eyes bulged out. Countless bloody scars appeared on its body, increasing in number. Finally, its body wriggled violently, turning into countless tiny pieces of flesh. The tiny pieces of flesh were chopped into even tinier existences. Finally, they were chopped into indistinguishable particles and were completely swallowed by the lotus flower. When the instant lotus disappeared, there was no trace of the heavenly demon in front of Yi Ling. Or rather, the heavenly demon had been slain by her, the terrifying aura dissipated. The world fell into silence. Everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them, unable to come back to their senses until now. The insufferably arrogant heavenly demon that brought nightmares to the Vermilion Bird sect was slain so easily by the young woman before them. The inky black mass in the sky was receding at a rate discernible to the naked eye. The destructive aura hadn't completely dissipated, but it had diminished significantly. Some people were even able to raise their heads to see the stars in the sky. As it turned out, the Vermilion Bird sect had survived this most difficult of tribulations. She did it. She really did it. Lan Yen pursed her lips as she looked at the elegant young girl standing alone in the void. Tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. Zhu Shuza sighed with emotion. And Lin sure has found a good disciple. At this moment, all of the disciples and elders of the Vermilion Bird sect were chanting Yi Ling's name in gratitude for everything she had done for the sect. After this battle, Yi Ling had truly become the hero of the Vermilion Bird sect. Their cheers were like a tidal wave. Yi Ling stood silently in the sky, and her Taoist robe was stained with blood. There was also a sword-intent gash on her face, which ruined her overall beauty, but she didn't seem to care. She still held onto the dagger and Lin had given her tightly in her hand as she looked toward the western sky with her clear eyes. Master, Ling did not disappoint you. Ling has defended the Vermilion Bird sect for you, she murmured to herself in a low voice. At this moment, all of the other human cities in the Kingdom of the Nine States were also erupting with battle intent, and earth-shattering battles were taking place at all major intersections. All of the cultivators were doing their best to fight against this calamity. This was protection, but it was also survival. No human could survive this calamity. On another massive city in the Baihua state, Phoenix Little Huang and the Great Empress of the Snow Tribe had successfully slain a massive heavenly demon with the head of a cow, thereby protecting tens of millions of human residents. Within the territory of the Greenwood imperial family in the Kingdom of the Nine States, the heavenly demons swept through the sky. All of the imperial cultivators were fighting with all their might, but the sect protection formation was already on the brink of collapse. Su Qianyin controlled the moonlight disk to shuttle through the ranks of the heavenly demons, and she was able to slay a heavenly demon with each and every strike she made. She had already become one of the most powerful beings in the Greenwood imperial family, and she shouldered the heavy responsibility of protecting the Greenwood imperial family. Professor Yang opened the Greenwood cannon that he had been secretly researching for a long time and fired it into the sky. A golden flower of destruction exploded in the sky, directly blowing up an extremely huge and powerful heavenly demon into ashes in the ancient void state. Many powerful disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect descended upon the world to save the world. Sect leader Lu Mingxian and Dongfang Zhuangshi joined forces to slay the heavenly double-headed dragon, heavenly demon, at the Heavenly Sword sect. In the Thunder State, the Celestial Arch of the Celestial Court unleashed his invincible combat prowess to slay 2 heavenly demons that were trying to attack the Celestial Court. In the Heavenly River State, moonlight shone down upon Flaming River City. Chang'e danced in the sky, and a bright white moon hung high in the sky. However, many heavenly demons descended. They were purified into balls of pure Yin water by the peculiar power of the moonlight. This was the most peaceful and tranquil supercity. Countless residents knelt down in gratitude toward the breathtaking figure in the sky. In the Gem State, Shinong City, Ao Xiaowu and Emperor Qinghua were being chased by a heavenly demon, and they were forced to retreat into the wilderness outside of Shinong City, in the Stone Flower Prefecture of the Stone Dragon State. This place had become a heavenly demon storm, and heavenly demons fell like rain. Emperor Ziwei, Emperor Tianhuang, and War God Erling were all caught up in an arduous battle. Everywhere, the battle was far from ceasing. They didn't know how long this tribulation was going to last. All they knew was that the humans they had to protect were right beside them, and all they could do was continue to fight. At this moment, at the 4-9 Immortal Sect base in the Purple Star State, Bai Ling looked at one spatial node after another in the sky above the Kingdom of the 9 States, and she made frantic calculations. Chen Chen and Cyril were still unable to break the heavenly demon tribulation, and this made Bai Ling more and more uneasy. All of a sudden, she turned her gaze toward the second largest human settlement, the Buddhist Kingdom of the West, and her pupils contracted slightly. Chapter 23:37. Above the heaven-crushing glazed palace in the Purple Star ruins, countless heavenly demons were descending, colliding with the extremely powerful demonic qi before being pulverized into nothingness by the demonic qi. 6 peerless heavenly demons formed a formation and attacked Cyril, but Cyril was able to instantly slay all 6 of them with a single slash of his sword. In front of Cyril, who was at the pinnacle of the God of Creation stage, there was no tangible existence that could rival him. He was at the pinnacle of the God of Creation stage, and he could look down on all beings in this world. This heavenly demon tribulation is virtually endless. If this continues, countless lives will be lost. We have to get rid of this tribulation as soon as possible, Cyril said with a grim expression. He was not afraid that the Sky Devils would attack him, but he was afraid that the Sky Devils would attack other human beings, which would be an irreversible disaster. Chin Chin was also anxious. He had even used the Eye of the Universe to observe this calamity, but he still couldn't find a way out. Could it be that the key to overcoming this calamity isn't in the Purple Star ruins? Chin Chin frowned. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. If the crux really wasn't in the Purple Star ruins, then that would be terrifying. They couldn't move too far away. So who would be able to end this heavenly Tao tribulation? This was equivalent to a suicide question. Although this question could be solved, those who could solve it were trapped in a cage, unable to solve it. Therefore, this question could not be solved. Chen Chen activated his Eye of the Universe, and countless realms and stars flashed past his eyes as he looked toward the direction of the Kingdom of the 9 States. Strangely enough, the sky over there was also filled with tribulations, but there was no critical point to break through. He's not in the 9 States. Could it be? Chin Chen continued to shift his gaze westward, and when his gaze landed on the Buddhist nation in the west, his eyes finally narrowed, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. How could it be in the Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss? Cyril's expression also changed upon hearing this news. Western Paradise, the second largest human gathering point. The Eastern 9 states and the Western Paradise were the strongest places in the human cultivation civilization. In more detail, the Kingdom of the 9 states was even more powerful than the Western Paradise. Chen and Cyril had initially thought that the heaven-crushing sect would be the main target of the heavenly demon tribulation. However, they didn't expect that the heavenly demon tribulation would target the Western Paradise instead. Picking on pushovers, or should he start with the simplest method, based on the principle of killing the most humans? Chen realized that he couldn't understand what the heavenly Tao was thinking. However, what was certain was that the Buddhist kingdom of the West was about to face the most terrifying calamity in its history. After all, the Buddhist kingdom of the West was far too weak, and it was on a completely different level compared to the Kingdom of the 9 states, where the 4-9 Immortal sect was stationed. In the far west of the Tai Chu continent, there was a pure land of bliss. The lives of every monk here were very pure and beautiful. This was the place with the most benefits, and it was also the place where human kindness was displayed to the extreme. But at this moment, the bliss was gone. Black cracks appeared in the cracked sky, tearing apart the Buddhist light that filled the sky. Huge blobs of black ink filled with eyes dripped down from the sky. Then they morphed into monsters with powerful auras and slaughtered the monks before them. These were demons that even the Buddhist light was unable to save. There was only destruction and slaughter in their eyes, so the monks could only pick up their weapons and fight them. Unfortunately, the heavenly demons were far more powerful than the monks. Even the most ordinary heavenly demon possessed spirit-nurturing stage power. In the top-rate cities of the Buddhist kingdom of the West, there were even large numbers of soul formation stage and return to void stage heavenly demons active. Peerless heavenly demons were unstoppable in this place. Each and every one of their attacks could plunge a prosperous city into a hellish scene. Blood, wails, and blood-curdling cries filled heaven and earth. Hundreds of millions of civilians were reduced to meat waiting to be slaughtered. Even the powerful bodhisattvas and Buddhas were unable to protect themselves. All of a sudden, the great Tao of heaven and earth wailed with grief. A Tao integration stage, Super Buddha had fallen and heaven and earth mourned. Our Maitreya Buddha has fallen. No, impossible. He's our future. How could this be? Is our pure land of bliss going to be destroyed? Tears streamed down some of the monks' faces as they looked at the phenomena taking place. Devastating purple flames rained down from the sky, threatening to incinerate even the phenomena of the fallen Buddha. 3 peerless heavenly demons spread open their massive wings, and cruel smiles appeared on their faces as they looked at the cracked immortal golden body. The top-rate Buddha within it had already lost all signs of life. One of the peerless heavenly demons raised its blood-stained scythe high into the air as its voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth. The most powerful being of the Buddhist kingdom has fallen. Now we can begin the true slaughter. Leave all the monks and all the humans alive. All of the heavenly demons became excited and fanatical upon hearing this. They roared and roared as they destroyed the lives before them in even more fearsome forms. The sky had already become a vast expanse of darkness, and it was getting lower and lower, as if it were going to crush and annihilate all of the living beings within the realm. In contrast to the Kingdom of the 9 states and the Purple Star ruins, a massive black hole had appeared in the core region of the Buddhist kingdom of the West. This black hole seemed to be the lair of the heavenly demons, and countless heavenly demons flew out from within like a swarm of locusts. Among them were a large number of gigantic heavenly demons, as well as a certain number of peerless heavenly demons. This was a true calamity, an unstoppable calamity. If things continued like this, the once glorious Western Paradise would be completely annihilated in less than 15 minutes. Sigh. The place where humans once lived the happiest is about to become a living hell. The world-enlightened being shook his head and sighed with emotion as he surveyed the scene before him. He was definitely a neutral being, and even though he was looking at this living hell, he didn't have any thoughts of intervening. Such a massive number of heavenly demons. From the looks of it, there are even more heavenly demons than there are in the kingdom of the 9 states. Even if the Buddhist kingdom of the West were to double their power, they still wouldn't be a match for them. The world-enlightened being shook his head as he analyzed the situation. He was clearly of the opinion that the Buddhist kingdom of the West was already beyond saving. However, right at this moment, his expression suddenly faltered. Then he looked at the ground beneath the black hole in the core region of the Buddhist kingdom, and a brilliant light gradually erupted from his eyes. This is when the heavenly demons danced wildly, and when the gods and Buddhas fell, when the world collapsed, and when paradise transformed into a living hell. All of a sudden, a massive golden swastika symbol appeared on the surface of the earth. The swastika Buddhist seal extended for tens of thousands of kilometers, and the power of great benevolence and morality surged through the entire universe and shook the heavens and earth. Boom! A boundless golden light burst forth from the ground and soared into the clouds, stirring the heavens and annihilating all the ink-colored matter in the sky. In an extremely violent manner, the heavens and earth were transformed into a golden Buddhist light. A voice that was soothing to all living beings began to spread throughout heaven and earth. Namo Amitabha. Chapter 2338. When the heavenly demons in the sky heard this voice, they all fell down like rain as if they had suffered some kind of heavy blow. A single Buddhist voice cleansed away all evil spirits and monsters. The monks and Buddhas of the Western Buddhist kingdom, who were trapped in a hellish scene, were confused at first when they heard the Buddhist voice. Then they instinctively felt calm, no longer afraid or desperate, as if the bliss and hope were right in front of them. What happened? Why did this terrifying sky suddenly turn golden? The voice sounds so comfortable. Not only that, but it also made tens of thousands of heavenly demons fall with a single word. Could this be a Buddhist voice that contains supreme Buddhist principles? Look, the golden light rising from the ground is starting to change its shape. When the monks saw the sky suddenly change color, they could not contain their excitement. Although they did not know where this powerful power came from, they knew that this power belonged to their Buddhism. This was the hope of the Western Buddhist kingdom, inside the black hole in the heavenly demon tribe's lair. When the 5 peerless heavenly demons saw the giant swastika symbol on the ground expanding with their lair as the center, they immediately felt that something was wrong. "Destroy it," one of the peerless heavenly demons said. "Roar, kill." Dozens of giant heavenly demons and 5 peerless heavenly demons charged at the swastika symbol at the same time. Their terrifying power was as vast as the ocean, unstoppable. However, at this moment, boundless golden light rose from the golden symbol and began to condense, finally forming a giant golden palm that stretched for 30,000 kilometers. When the golden palm appeared, all things in the world were enveloped by a strange Buddhist principle. Countless golden lines spread between the heavens and earth, interweaving in the multidimensional space to form the supreme law of heaven and earth. The heavenly demons were horrified to find that their speed had slowed down, and some of them even seemed to have touched some kind of restriction. Their bodies naturally turned into a pool of liquid, and they didn't even have time to scream before they had already died. "Lay down the butcher's knife," the Buddhist voice appeared again, still unhurried and permeating all things. Bang, 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 apart from the peerless heavenly demons, all the weapons, claws, and fangs in the hands of the heavenly demons were broken by an unknown power. "Return to the heavenly Tao," the Buddhist voice sounded again. Following this, the 30,000-lead giant golden palm slapped toward the sky. After it moved, before its palm even arrived, the terrifying power had already distorted the space. One after another, the heavenly demons could not bear the pressure of the palm and exploded like fireworks. The sky fiends did not feel any killing intent from this palm. It contained the boundless power of light and infinite compassion. It merely wanted to tell the heavenly demons that they should return to where they came from. This was not a place for them to stay. In fact, it could also be summed up in one word: get lost. This was the boundless, golden, merciful palm. One by one, the heavenly demons exploded. The powerful, giant, heavenly demons wanted to tear this palm apart and released powerful attacks. However, before those attacks could even touch the palm, they were disintegrated into light by the strange Buddhist light and disappeared. Following that, the gigantic heavenly demon was also pierced by the Buddhist light and died on the spot. Kill. Let's join forces and break it. The expressions of the 5 peerless heavenly demons in the black hole changed drastically, and they joined forces to unleash their world-destroying purple flames. The world-destroying purple flames gathered into a gigantic purple flaming demon that could flatten the Buddhist kingdom's super city with a single stomp. It ruthlessly smashed toward the palm. The size of the purple flaming demon had already exceeded the monk's imagination. However, the boundless, great, merciful palm was even larger, reaching a length of 30,000 li. Facing the purple flaming demon's fist, the golden palm did not react at all. It continued to slap toward the sky. Then, the fist and palm collided, and the golden light and purple flames crazily clashed. In just a second, the purple flames were pierced through by the golden light, and the 10,000 li purple flaming demon was reduced to ashes amidst its tragic cries. There was no chance of a comeback. Our joint attack was broken? How is this possible? The peerless heavenly demons were shocked. How can there be an existence of this level in the Western Buddhist kingdom? No one could answer them. The only thing that could answer them was the boundless, great, merciful palm. The peerless heavenly demons were torn apart by the palm energy and turned into ink. They had no time to resist and were slapped back into their mother's womb. Even the 3 peerless heavenly demons that had once caused the Maitreya Buddha to perish were squashed alive by the boundless, great, merciful palm's thumb. After the giant golden palm crushed all the heavenly demons, it did not disappear. It swept through everything in its path and continued smashing toward the black hole in the heavenly demon's nest. Boom! With an indescribable explosion, the palm smashed down, causing the sky to tremble. A golden shockwave spread out for 100,000 li. Under the boundless, great, merciful palm, the black hole rapidly shrunk and cracked. Finally, it turned into nothingness and returned to the heavenly Tao. This palm could destroy billions of demons and purify the heavens. All the monks and Buddhas in the Western Buddhist kingdom could see the golden light that filled the sky. It was a light that was filled with hope and compassion. The terrifying heavenly demons were all reduced to ashes under the golden light. Just as all the heavenly demons were purified, the swastika symbol on the ground seemed to have run out of energy. Along with the giant palm in the sky, it disappeared. Everything between heaven and earth fell silent. There were no more roars of the heavenly demons, no more sorrowful cries of the monks and Buddhas. There was only a city with billowing smoke and a clear night sky. The heavenly demons beside the monks and Buddhas who were fighting with the heavenly demons had already been reduced to ashes. They looked at the clean night sky and the heavenly demons that had been completely wiped out. Tears welled up in their eyes. Even though they had diluted their 7 emotions and 6 desires, they still could not stop their tears. It's over, it's finally over. I thought our Western paradise was going to turn into dust. I didn't expect that we would still be alive. He killed all the enemies with a single palm? Which Buddha is this? How could he have such a powerful Buddhist aura? Namo Amitabha. From hell to Western paradise, it only took an instant. 1 word to purify all living beings. 1 palm to turn the world around. Only he can do that. Most of the monks and Buddhas were just in a trance and shocked. But some of the Buddhas had already turned their attention to the core of the Western Buddhist kingdom. They respectfully and devoutly bowed in that direction. Buddhist chants began to reverberate between heaven and earth. All the deities and Buddhas began to chant at the same time. Countless golden Sanskrit characters were embedded in the sky, illuminating the entire land in the dark night. It was sacred and peaceful. The calamity that had spread throughout the Western paradise began to dissipate amidst the Buddhist chants. It seemed to be purging the dead monks from purgatory. Wisps of golden light rose from the ground and circled in the sky. Unknowingly, the billions of living beings in the Western paradise seemed to have seen the shadow of an endless and majestic Buddha when they looked up into the sky. It sat cross-legged in the sky. Its height was boundless, and the golden light it emitted was boundless. Namo Amida, he's our Buddha. Gautama Buddha! Chapter 2339. The heavens, splitting array, spread across the heavens and earth. The heavenly Tao collapsed, and the world sank. Golden light erupted from the Western paradise, lighting up the night sky of the Tai Chu continent. Countless experts cast their gazes towards the Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss, their faces filled with astonishment. They didn't expect that at this time there would actually be an existence with supreme Taoist techniques appearing in the world. The ones who were most shocked were the world comprehenders. It had been paying close attention to the disaster of the Western Buddhist kingdom, and it had also predicted that the Western Buddhist kingdom would be destroyed in a quarter of an hour. However, to his surprise, a single palm was enough to eliminate the calamity of the heavenly demon and restore peace to the world. This is Sakyamuni Buddha. The world-enlightened cultivator looked at the huge Buddha image in the sky and then at the golden lotus that seemed to have come to life. He had an epiphany. So that's how it is. Transforming one's body into a lotus, quietly waiting for karma. No wonder it had disappeared all this time. It turns out that it had long anticipated that this day would come. Did it make such a huge sacrifice for the sake of today's results? The world comprehender sighed with emotion. At the same time, he was filled with admiration. It didn't really understand the emotion of sacrificing oneself to save others. It was good enough to have philosophical thoughts every day. It couldn't understand why people would sacrifice their precious thinking time to do this kind of thing. However, this did not prevent it from admiring Shakyamuni Buddha, because an existence that could do such a thing must be an existence with great wisdom. Shakyamuni Buddha did it, almost at the same time. The wriggling black ink in the sky above the kingdom of the 9 states and the purple star ruins suddenly shuddered violently and stopped wriggling. Instead, it was slowly absorbed into the heavenly Tao. Xiao, Zhe, and Xiao Tu were both completely dumbstruck by the sight of the 2 heavenly demons becoming weaker and weaker. Then, they looked at the endless golden light that was faintly coming from the west. Only then did they understand. Before the 2 disciples could make a move, the peerless sky demon held miserably and was directly sucked into the sky, disappearing into the black cracks. Situations similar to Xiao, Zhe, and Xiao Tu's were still playing out in every corner of the kingdom of the 9 states and the purple star ruins. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the heavenly demons had disappeared. Peace returned to the kingdom of the 9 states after the calamity. The cultivators raised their heads to look at the sky. For the first time, they felt that a sky without a heavenly demon falling from the sky was so beautiful and worth cherishing. Within the 4-9 immortal sect, on the spell altar at the center of the Purple Star Pavilion Tao Plaza, Bai Ling exhaled lightly, and her tense nerves finally relaxed a little as a faint smile appeared on her face. It looks like those gods of creation haven't abandoned their homes. The Buddhist kingdom of the West has won this time. In the center of the Purple Star ruins, the black ink that filled the eyes retracted back into the heavenly axiom, leaving behind a devastated land. A hint of elation appeared on Cyril's face. We did it. Chun Chin nodded. The Buddha of the Buddhist kingdom of the West, Gautama Buddha, appeared and turned the tide, breaking the heavenly demon tribulation. Cyril sighed with emotion. What a formidable character! Even the heavens have been plotted against. The most powerful spear often had the most fatal flaw. The heavenly axiom originally thought that the Buddhist kingdom in the West would be a very good entry point. But I didn't expect that fellow to have already buried everything and was just waiting for the heavens to set that place as the entry point. It's all thanks to the Gautama Buddha. He's been a great help. The number one heavenly disciple, Cyril, was in a very good mood, and his face was filled with joy and appreciation. A powerful teammate had suddenly appeared to vanquish a tribulation that had been giving him a massive headache. Anyone would be happy for a long time. Chun Chin was also quite elated. Even though the heaven-crushing sect is responsible for crushing the heavens, we've never been the only ones protecting the heavens. The seventh heavenly tribulation, the heavenly demon tribulation, had been completely vanquished. Cyril's heaven-crushing black and white spear continued to pierce deeper into the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao had already reached its final stage of collapse. The black veined patterns on the heaven-crushing formation became darker and darker. Not only did they extend from the ground to the sky, but they were also growing larger and branching out more and more, making it difficult to tell whether they were the cracks in the sky or the heaven-crushing formation. The two were different, but they seemed to be slowly fusing together. A black that began to appear in Chin Chen's hand. This was pure darkness, the ultimate darkness. It was like the only thing that remained after all things had died. It could be infinitely small, but it could also be infinitely large. In any case, all tangible and intangible existences were nothingness to it. Eighth heaven-crushing technique. Tao Child of Darkness. Chun Chin tossed the black dot into the sky. The Tao Child of Darkness quickly flew into the sky before suddenly disappearing at the pinnacle of the heavens. The heaven-crushing sect members faltered upon seeing this, just as they were wondering why Chin Chen's spell technique wasn't reacting. Darkness suddenly obscured the entire sky. Boom! The Tao Child of Darkness exploded. This darkness was capable of engulfing even light, and it completely engulfed the surrounding space, energy, laws, and even time. Normal return to void and Tao integration stage mighty figures were struck by a rush of dizziness just by looking at this darkness, as if their very existence was about to be engulfed into nothingness in that instant. The great Tao of heaven and earth wailed with grief again. A crisp shattering sound reverberated in the ears of all living beings on the Tai Chu continent and the infinite realm of stars. It was as if something around them had disappeared. How many living beings were there in the Tai Chu continent and the infinite realm of stars? There wasn't a single god of creation who could calculate this number. However, what was certain was that this number was absolutely astonishing. Now, Chun Chen's actions had affected all of the living beings in this universe. So what would the living beings in this universe react to this? Most of them wouldn't react in any way. At most, they would just be a little confused. Only some of the more powerful experts would feel uneasy. They could sense that the heavenly Tao was heading toward destruction, and they were about to lose the heavenly Tao that they had grown accustomed to. The dissatisfaction of one living being might not amount to much. But what if 10,000 living beings were dissatisfied? What if 100 million living beings were dissatisfied? What about 1 trillion living beings? Any number, when multiplied by 1 trillion, would become extremely massive. All of the living beings in this universe would develop negative emotions due to the destruction of the heavenly Tao. When these negative emotions gathered together, they would form a very special and terrifying power. Where would this special power go? There was a cause and effect. This power would go to whoever destroyed the heavenly Tao. The two heavenly disciples, Cyril and Chin Chin, bore the brunt of this power. A massive red fruit began to emerge from the crack in the heavenly Tao. It had a diameter of over 1,000 feet, and it was glossy, exuding an extremely alluring scent. At first glance, it looked like a red apple. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was even redder and rounder than a red apple. In fact, it was flawlessly perfect. All of the heaven-crushing sect members instinctively swallowed upon seeing this apple, even though they were on guard. Only Chin Chin and Cyril drew a sharp intake of breath. The eighth tribulation of the heavenly Tao was here.